Hello, and welcome back here, or for the first time here, to what I have chosen to call a history of rock and roll in film and rock and roll. You may call it what you like. But thanks for choosing to be here at this moment with me instead of in front of a YouTube maybe screen thing where there's a podcast show happening with a whole bunch of talkative pop culture folk sitting in front of action figures and shelves behind them or lots of replica guns of some sort. No, you're here with me instead of listening to some current events podcast or scare tactic YouTube video where someone is just basically reading things that happened on Twitter that someone else said and then rejoindering with very open-ended speculations about how, if this is true, my friends, this could certainly spell the end of our way of life as we know it. Or even worse, you could be listening to a weekly podcast that recaps the events that took place on a reality television program of some kind that furthers the celebrity culture, making people rich and famous out of acting very poorly and so they can sell handbags. Or whatever people do to make money when they're smart and know how to make money. No, you're here because you give a damn about my show, or The Crow, or Joy Division, or Nine Inch Nails, or maybe all of those things. And you're an excellent person who just wants to hear about the kinds of things you don't normally get in your regular feed. Kablamo! Thanks for coming to a podcast that has no ads. As far as I know, at the time of this recording, and my entire experience making this podcast the last 2.5 years. Now, pardon me while I take a nice, huge, healthy swig of one of Dr. McFerrin's celery milkshakes. For those days when it really, really needs to happen right now. Delicious. Delicious, those celery milkshakes made by Dr. McFerrin and distributed across the Great Plains of the Tri-Cities in eastern Washington. I'm joking, of course. We don't have any sponsors. We don't have any help with production staff. So I'm just telling you all this to say this is a big, long episode, and you're going to enjoy it for free. I hope you really do enjoy it. And if you want more than what I'm putting out in the main feed, I have just established a Patreon for $3 a month. Goes directly to me. You can get an average of 4 hours of extra audio content and maybe some other video as well. I've already done that in the previous month. A couple hours of video from a watch-along commentary I did years ago with my buddy Dan, and then 4 hours plus of audio rock and roll history stuff. Just me doing this thing in a way that makes me feel like I might be the rock bottom basement level flea market equivalent of Dan Carlin, but for rock and roll and movies. But does Dan Carlin do his own music on Hardcore History, the podcast? Ha-ha! No. That's the extra value you get from me, as I've said in the past. All my extra music demos that I've been too lazy to formulate into actual songs with other band members goes straight to you for no extra cost. All right, let's get back onto The Crow. Grace, did you bring down the music while I did the ad read? Okay. Yeah, good. Now, when it comes to The Crow, I want to recap and expand upon the story of James O'Barr up to where we left off, because what I gave you was a pretty simple and direct sort of series of events and his view of how things unfolded in his life. But I have other sources that are actually a little bit more explanatory, a little more detailed. But first, I have this weird nagging thing that I might have to correct, but I might not. I don't recall if I actually said this, but I remember having old notes where I had a little aside about how James O'Barr had referenced the fact that originally he thought the Crow himself, or Eric Draven's character, Eric D's character, would only speak in poetry or only speak in rhymes and riddles and things like that. But that wasn't the case in the comic book. He eventually changed his mind and had more, not typical dialogue, but, he spoke commands and he said things and he asked people questions and things like that. I just couldn't remember if on the last episode I'd made a reference to that or not. If I did, I was misspeaking based on a half written down old note. Anyway, no one's corrected me in the comments on the previous episode so far. If I did say that, I'm just so paranoid about things I may or may not get wrong, or just not explain properly, or start recording and then hit the stop button and get up and make a cup of tea and walk away and come back and forget to finish a thought. I know a lot of you also live with this thing we call imposter syndrome, or just constantly feeling like you're not doing a good enough job at literally the number one thing you care about in your life, or any other thing you do in your life. Anyways, let's get back to James O'Barr, because there's more to talk about and there's more to expand upon with his story. James O'Barr was born somewhere around the end of 1959. But evidently, his biological mother had been repeatedly in and out of mental institutions, jails, and hospitals for the bulk of her adult life. When social workers came to retrieve newborn infant James O'Barr, well, not his actual birth name, and wanted to know his exact age, she could only say that he had been born sometime between Christmas Day and New Year's Eve. And so it was, James O'Barr gets assigned a birthday of January 1st, 1960, and is taken with his older half-brother to an orphanage in Detroit, Michigan. As mentioned before, he was loaned out for weekends at a time to other prospective foster parents. He says it was never very long and it wasn't a good situation. Some of these people shouldn't have been allowed pets, let alone children. I think there was a lot of monetary incentive for people to do that sort of thing. They would get like $100 to take a kid for a weekend. As we mentioned before, it was about 7 years before he and his brother were adopted. And this was during a time that his brother had tuberculosis. And James notes, people were terrified of TB back then. So I guess the folks at the orphanage were like, hey, if you want the cute blonde-haired one, you have to take the sick one too. During the time in the orphanage, he was very isolated. He said, none of the other kids at the orphanage would play with me. I didn't understand racism back then, but I was treated more favorably than the black kids. They had to sleep in a ward. I had my own room. So obviously, they had resentments. By the time I got the coloring books, they'd be all fucked up. So I would just go around and find any piece of paper, tear flyers off the wall, and draw on the backs of them. I found ways to entertain myself. His adopted parents were blue-collar folks from the South. The man was a bus driver, and the lady worked at IHOP. She couldn't afford a babysitter for him, so she would drop him off at a movie theater next door to where she worked, and he would spend the day watching the same movie a few times over. He said, the first time, I'd watch it. The second time, I'd study. The third time, I'd pick it apart, try to understand why they chose a particular camera angle. I love to draw, and I love to tell stories. Comics are the one medium where you get to do both. If you make films, it's a huge effort with hundreds of people, and always there's cutting corners and negotiations, but with comics, I have complete control. It's specifically my vision. I was always interested in, not the superhero stuff, the monster comics, creepy and eerie, that type of stuff. His new parents didn't really support this this pursuit. He said they thought drawing was the equivalent of playing cards. It was just something to do. I reached an apex in my teenage years where I wasn't allowed to draw in the house because I was wasting so much time. I was told to get a real job. So he would go off to the library and do his drawing there, or do it while he was at school. Now, we talked in the last episode about the rejection from Dave Cockrum of Marvel Comics, and then the acceptance and encouragement from a guy named Vaughn Bodie. He said he met him when he was 15, and Vaughn took a personal interest in him. And even though our styles are polar opposite, I learned a lot from him about staging, foreground elements, pacing, and he told me about a lot of other artists to look at that were before my time. He fell in love soon after this, when he was 16. He says, I felt like God had his elbow on my neck my whole life, but she was like an angel to me. She was everything I ever wanted. I thought, I did it. I got to the end of the race, and for not giving in, not surrendering through that 16 years of difficulty, I finally got the prize. She was the exact opposite of me. I was dark and brooding and really sarcastic, venomous. She was this bright white light. I never heard her say a word against anyone. If I were to verbally attack anyone, she would point out all their good points. So it was like positive and negative. We just fit together perfect. As we noted before, they were engaged and got planned to get married after they graduated. In 1978, he landed his first publication, a short science fiction story called Incident on Planetoid 7 in issue 4 of Gasm magazine, very similar to style of heavy metal. One thing we knew after the last episode was that his fiancée was killed by a drunk driver. Around this time, the driver was going 70 miles an hour down a side street that she was walking down, and he kind of went into a tailspin for about 3 years. One thing I didn't know about was that he joined the seminary for 6 weeks, he said, after that incident. I wasn't overly religious. I just didn't want to think. I wanted some structure in my life. So that's when he joins the Marines. And to expand on what we said last time about his graphic arts during this time, once they found out I could draw, they put me on special assignment redrawing all these manuals that were essentially the same manuals they had been using since World War II. And there was all sorts of racist shit in them. The Germans were all wolves, and the Japanese had the Coke bottle glasses and buck teeth. I had to redraw all this stuff without the racist elements. One thing that left an impression on him was a manual on the disposal of dead bodies and body parts, which he says influenced the way he depicts violence. I don't believe in stylized violence. I think it should be as ugly as possible. Now, in the last episode, we also talked about Trent Reznor's little short stint as a roadie for the Revolting Cocks. And it's notable that when James O'Barr was living in Berlin, he was across the street from the strip club for which the Revolting Cocks named their album Big Sexy Land. And then he traveled to the UK where he first heard Ian Curtis and Joy Division, and he said, I instantly knew that I finally found what I've been looking for. Nothing was sacred. They would talk about any type of pain with absolute honesty. I felt like I had a partner giving me support. I was probably more influenced by music than I was by any other artwork or things that were around me at the time. Another thing I did not know until reading this article in sewermutant.com that I will include a link to in the description of this episode, that he got an early discharge from the Marines after his father died. And he returned to Detroit with, as he says, full intent and focus to kill the driver who took his fiance's life. But he found out the driver had already died from natural causes by the time he had come home to Detroit from the Marines. So while he had already started on the Crow while he was overseas, this was the sort of turning point that threw him a lot more feverishly into the creation of the story. when it comes to original sounding music or music that sort of blazes a trail before it, before all the other imitators come along or people influenced by it come along and use it to sort of find their own identity. There's always a lot of interesting circumstances that can craft a band's sound. Often limitations placed upon them technically or equipment-wise, perhaps. And Joy Division is no different. There's a great story about how some of their playing developed and some of their style developed in Peter Hook's Unknown Pleasures Inside Joy Division book. They did go through a period early on where they had a bit of a identity crisis musically. You know, Ian Curtis was a big fan of Iggy and the Stooges, and he wanted more of that loud rhythm guitar filling out the sound. And their guitarist was playing more melodic stuff and not holding down the chords, and they all agreed, okay, we'll try out rhythm guitarists maybe, and eventually they gave up. They just didn't, I don't know, they didn't feel good about it. They didn't like changing their sound, and they realized that what they had with the sort of sparseness of the high notes and the atmospheric stuff that was coming off the guitar was actually a signature part of their sound that was developing. Now with the bass, Hook says he eventually took it upon himself to provide the rhythm guitar, you know, in that range of frequencies, because around then he started moving up the neck on the bass and not just playing the low notes anymore. So this happened because of a new speaker he'd bought for his amp. He had a Sound City amp, for which my mother, bless her, had taken a loan from A1 on Oxford Road. I don't know what most of that means, or what A1 on Oxford Road means, but I assume it's a shop. Then you get credit, you know, get a loan. But he still needed a speaker. So every night he reads the articles for sale, musical instruments column in the Manchester Evening News, and finally he sees somebody selling a bass speaker for £10. And he calls the phone number, and it's in Salford, and he is, which is in his area. So he says, "What kind of speaker is it, mate?" And the guy on the other end goes, "Oh, it's a Celestion 18, 200 watt. I don't know what he was on about. So I said, "Sounds good. I'll have it. I'm on my way now." Drove up there, knocked, and my old art teacher opened the door. "Oh, all right, sir. Mr. Hubbard, sir," I said. "Peter, how are you? And you don't have to call me, sir." And he invited me in. "I didn't know you were a bass player, sir," I said. Funny habit, that. I still call him sir now. "Oh, yeah," he said. "I'm the bassist with the Salford Jets." They were a well-known band in Salford and Manchester. First band I ever saw live, funnily enough, as Smiffy in their glam rock phase at the Willows. Mike Sweeney, the lead singer, is a lovely guy. Anyway, I couldn't try it. He said it sounded great with his setup. So I gave him the £10, got home, wired it up to my Sound City amp, and it sounded dreadful. Absolutely fucking awful. When I played a low note, it farted. It made me feel physically ill to hear it. For a while, I struggled with it, playing my farty low notes, but it was just awful. I couldn't even hear it above Barney's amp, not unless I played high on the neck of the guitar. And it was Ian who said, "Oh, Hooky, when you play high, it sounds really good. We should work on that. Barney, you play the bar chords. Hooky, you play high. And Steve, do some of them jungle drums." That was how we got it, the Joy Division sound. And he talks about how they sort of worked out their sound even more at a practice room in T.J. Davidson's, which was, I guess a lot of bands in Manchester would rehearse there. They would stay there until the end of the group. They had, I think, worked at a different space previously that just had tons of broken glass and debris everywhere. They would pile up all the detritus in one corner of the room and light it on fire to stay warm because there's no heat. And they would have to sort of figure out how to tune their instruments with the help of, Bernard. But it was still so cold that, things would go out of tune all the time. Bernard didn't show up. Nothing was in tune. Nobody could do anything about it. But he talks about this is the place where a lot of photographs are taken from the famous, sort of Joy Division early era. That's where they filmed the Love Will Tear Us Apart video. It's an old mill on Little Peter Street, split into many rooms with a band taking each one. Sad Cafe was in there. Buzzcocks were in there. Great vibe for their music because everything had been ripped out and then left. There was empty shelving everywhere, exposed pipes, floorboards were filthy and covered in cigarette butts, and there was an old mattress in one end of the room. And it had a storage room with a bunch of empty cans, which they would piss in and then stack up in there because it was too far to go to the nearest toilet.
When asked to do a song for the movie, what I thought would be appropriate was in the comic book, there's a lot of Joy Division lyrics quoted, and I think that was a big influence on James. So I ventured into the dangerous territory of trying to cover a song by Joy Division, and I always liked Dead Souls and thought it kind of applied.
Now, I mentioned this book, Nine Inch Nails, the Bobcat Books presents the story of, by Tommy Udo. I found a lot of information on the Natural Born Killers soundtrack, but no info on the Crow soundtrack as of right now. Like, I've read all the way through, the release of Pretty Hate Machine era up into, the Oliver Stone collaboration with Natural Born Killers, and that segues directly into the collaboration with Marilyn Manson, business-wise and production-wise. From the Marilyn Manson stuff, it goes to, touring, and then it goes to Portrait of American Family being released by Manson, some stuff there. If you want to know about, Manson's side of the story here, working with Trent and some of the stuff they got up to, and you'd rather not go to his book, you can just read this one. And then, touring with Hole, the Kiss tribute, then the getting to work with David Bowie in 95. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything here about The Crow, unfortunately. But I do see stuff about The Crow in a really good revolvermag.com article. 14 things you didn't know about The Crow soundtrack. I'm not going to read them all. You can look it up if you like. Just a couple of bits of fact and note because it's relevant to the comic book and the artists that were sort of fans of it already. Robert Smith of The Cure noticed when reading The Crow that lyrics from his song The Hanging Garden from the album Pornography were utilized in the Crow comic book, and he agreed to initially contribute that song to the soundtrack, but he ended up getting inspired to just write a brand new song. So Burn was done by him alone with just his drummer and no one else in the band. And then I guess that drummer left soon after this was released. Then there are examples of other changes like Stone Temple Pilots. They obviously have the song Big Empty, which was inescapable for the next 2 years on rock radio and MTV. That really broke them into everyone's consciousness, even though they already had hits at that point. But that one would not go away. That one in Plush would not go away for a long time, especially like alternate versions. There was an acoustic live on MTV version that I think I almost heard and saw more often than the recorded version. But the original STP song that they were going to hand over was called Only Dying, which was something they had made demos of earlier in their career, and turns out never actually put it out on an album. It came out on a 25th anniversary box set reissue of Core in 2017. But when they found out that Brandon Lee died in an on-set accident, they decided not to throw out the Only Dying track onto the soundtrack. It was described as a darkly satiric song mocking death by their producer, Jeff Most. And the band thought that would be in poor taste. Their drummer, Eric Kretz, said, "We wrote it maybe 9 months after Dean DeLeo joined the band. We recorded it in a studio in North Hollywood before we got signed." And then DeLeo said, I remember Scott really wanted to redo the song, and quite honestly, the guitar tone we chose on that, I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I was listening to too much Robert Smith or something. It's a song where I don't think we reached our full potential as songwriters quite yet, but honestly, it really is a beautiful song. So you can look that up in your spare time if you're an STP fan. So the Nine Inch Nails cover of Dead Souls by Joy Division was much appreciated by Peter Hook of the band Joy Division. I have next to me Unknown Pleasures Inside Joy Division by Peter Hook. I've been kind of flipping around through it, and can't find anything about The Crow in here. Can't find anything about Trent Reznor. Can't find anything about Nine Inch Nails. So I guess I don't have anything from the Joy Division point of view. And then there is an index in this one for me to reference all those names. So obviously, his book is very explicitly about Joy Division and the Unknown Pleasures album. Not so much stuff that's going to help me in this moment, but it'll help me in other areas. So, Joy Division was James O'Barr's favorite band and a key inspiration for the comic book. He dedicated the Crow story to the memory of Ian Curtis, a singer from Joy Division. And it is said that New Order, which is the band that sort of rose from the ashes of Joy Division without their singer and moved forward with the same musicians, were approached about doing a song for the Crow soundtrack. The idea being that they might be paying homage to the former group. And Hook says that the producer asked us to record Joy Division's Love Will Tear Us Apart as New Order. It didn't end up panning out, of course, and the bassist ended up hearing the cover that Nine Inch Nails did, and he said, I like the band a lot. They did the song very faithfully. It's really complimentary as an interpretation of Dead Souls. A lot of the time when I hear it, I think it's us. And he says it was a great compliment from Trent Reznor. And this was the first track that Trent supposedly recorded in the studio that he would do all the songs for the Downward Spiral in. Now, this recording took place in the notorious Sharon Tate murder house on Cielo Drive, and there's a little conflicting sort of statements depending on when he was asked about, like, was this intentional? Was it a coincidence? Was he infatuated with the whole Manson murders thing? He says, my awakening about all that stuff came from meeting Sharon Tate's sister. This is, after setting up and doing some work there and actually not really liking the vibes, making him uncomfortable. He says, it was a random thing, just a brief encounter. And she said, are you exploiting my sister's death by living in her house? For the first time, the whole thing kind of slapped me in the face. I said, no, it's just sort of my own interest in American folklore. I'm in this place where a weird part of history occurred. I guess it never really struck me before, but it did then. She lost her sister from a senseless, ignorant situation that I don't want to support. When she was talking to me, I realized for the first time, what if it was my sister? I thought, fuck Charlie Manson. I don't want to be looked at as a guy who supports serial killer bullshit. I went home and cried that night. It made me see that there's another side to things, It's one thing to go around with your dick swinging in the wind, acting like it doesn't matter. But when you understand the repercussions that are felt, that's what sobered me up. Realizing that what balances out the appeal of the lawlessness and the lack of morality and the whole thing is the other end of it, the victims who don't deserve that.
I was a fan of the comic book before I heard there was a film being made, and it appeared to be being made the right way. I was somewhat intrigued to be involved in some capacity.
And if you've read about the Manson, story, the significance of the word pig. And it was, among other things, it was, scrawled in blood on the walls of the house during or after the murder. He would tell Musician Magazine, I had the song Piggy written long before it was ever known that I would be in that house. And March of the Pigs has nothing to do with the Tate murders or anything like that. I'm not going to say what it is about, but it's not about that. Yeah, the name of the studio being Pig, that was a definite bad taste kind of joke about being there because they referred to the place as Le Pig. It was written on the front door at one time. I'll admit to that. Pretty soon after he packed up and moved out of the place, the house was demolished. And he decided before it was going to get torn down, he would take the front door, as a souvenir and then install it in his home in New Orleans. When I questioned him, I guess the author, Tommy Udo, When I questioned him about the matter of taste involved in this, he said, "It's a door. It opens and closes." After this in the book, there's a lot of padding that I think is just pulled straight from Marilyn Manson's autobiography. Stories about running around with Trent and fucking girls and being really, really, really sleazy about it and disrespectful and abusive and, tricking people into drinking stuff and taking advantage of them. Oh, I mean, that's what he says he's doing. Manson, that is, not Trent. But, yeah, if you, I mean, I've mentioned it before in a previous episode, but if you want to know what a different headspace the American general sort of public, I mean, not general public, but when it comes to like rock stars and stuff and what was acceptable, I don't mean behind the scenes stuff. I mean like reading someone's best-selling book about themselves, how self-important and self-involved a grown man can be and how much he just looks down on other people and how much he takes advantage and manipulates other people openly and how they don't really matter to him. Read Marilyn Manson's book, man. It was a nice reminder for me of what things were like back in the days when I was just kind of coming out of high school and where the shock culture, like right up until Eminem hit it big, being much more shocking in a very much more threatening, less fantastic, less fantasy-oriented way. What was sort of acceptable and digestible when it comes to a rock star being really bratty, in some ways, like and self-involved, like just stuff he wrote in his diary that he put in his book. It sounds like a really snotty teenager that's got lots of money and lots of drugs, and not enough, just a lot of hatred for everyone around him. And people 10 years younger than him obviously connected to it and related to it. And it's like, yeah, this world sucks and I'm right to be pissed off at, all the things around me that don't please me, basically.
The song Dead Souls in the film is used fairly towards the front of the film where when Brandon Lee becomes the Crow and is kind of seeking out his first victim, running over rooftops, and it's a pretty powerful scene. I was flattered to see that it was used there.
Okay, so how does The Crow get made into a movie? Well, this is happening in a time in Hollywood where there are big budget, deals being made to option properties like Dick Tracy and other comic book, other stories from the funny papers based on the success of Batman. But not everyone can afford Jack Nicholson and Michael Keaton and Tim Burton and Danny Elfman to pull off a production like that is going to take something that has a niche audience and albeit one that is in the late 80s, a little more grown up and adult on one side of the audience. And then, like all the folks that read The Dark Knight and Arkham Asylum and all these like landmark, Batman Year One, all these landmark Batman stories that sort of brought along the adult audience. And then the other side is the kids, of course. Those of us, I was a kid in the 80s, but I still grew up watching the 1960s TV show reruns and the Super Friends cartoon program. And, the makers of the first movie had to kind of pull off a little bit of magic there, making it something that parents wouldn't hate taking their kids to. The increasingly, worldly and cynical teen to 20-something audience could enjoy it probably the most. And then kids wouldn't see something that was totally unfamiliar to them as a Batman story and presentation. I was about 10, so no, I was 11 or 12 actually. If it was 89, I was 11. Yeah, it definitely worked for me. And I can't overstate how important that factor is right now, because Hollywood, they just jump on whatever the trendy thing is, make a million versions of it, and see the 1 in 10 that actually works, and don't learn any lessons from how it was done correctly. I don't think that's too harsh of a statement to make based on what we've seen the last 20, 30 years of what we try to call cinema these days. But there was Batman stuff everywhere as a result of that. Merchandising money for superhero films wouldn't have got started and become so important if it wasn't for these success. If Batman had flopped, I'm sure that would have set things back another decade at least for superhero culture, superhero movies in general. Obviously, it couldn't take off for real until after the X-Men films and the Spider-Man films, early 2000s, where the technology had kind of caught up to be able to display the superhero crap happening, right? But you don't necessarily think of like giant lasers shooting up into the sky and hordes of aliens coming down when you think of The Crow. No, it's dark, it's dreary, it's noir. You can make tons of film noir type pictures for pretty cheap without major stars. But you do need to have a guy that can, jump around rooftops and do some violence and do some shootouts. That takes a lot of budget, and it might be so dark for a lot of companies looking at the option. Might be a little too dark to make any action figure money off of. So it would seem like in this climate that it's not really a slam dunk for a movie company studio to come along and just go, yep, we want to put our money behind The Crow. But because there was so much competition, nobody wanted to be, it was like signing bands in Seattle in the early 1990s. Like, nobody wants to be known as the guy that turned down that property or said no to it or walked away from it if they had a chance to get it cheap. And that's the thing. If you can get it cheap, you can stop someone else from making it, if nothing else. That's part of the game, too. It's not just about being the one that does it successfully. It's about making sure someone else doesn't make money off it. Even if you bury the property and essentially, stall the career of the person who created it, that's the gamble that creator is going to take. So with the success of Batman, or even I would say the perceived success of Batman before it even came out, the buzz around it, there's a war to like snap up every inexpensive comic property there is, just to hang on to it. And that's how you end up with all these great, podcasts and YouTube channels now going back in time and showing you the story behind all these scripts and screenplays for versions of Spider-Man that never got made from the 80s, 90s, until Sam Raimi came along and did the whole big thing. But when Batman did come out, just to wrap this part up from my own perception of the time, I can't tell you how there was no Batman in my life up to this point except for the Super Friends cartoon and then the old TV show reruns. Suddenly, Batman is everywhere. He's in the mall. There's a million shirts at Pike Place Market. There's bootleg shirts. There's I Hate Batman shirts as a knee-jerk sort of backlash. There's like Ratman shirt. Like, there's just cartoon knockoff stuff. To be funny and sarcastic because it's, whatever, it's Seattle and it's 1989, 1990. Everyone's cashing in on it in some way if they can. So that's what every single person who signed a comic property for their, movie production plans was seeing in their heads, not to mention the action figure sales, all those different, levels of rows of Batmobiles and Batmans and Jokers and stuff, and then the expanded action figure line based on the Super Friends and other, original sort of DC properties that were as a result. You don't want to, and that's why Batman 2 was such a problem, because it was so scary that the McDonald's couldn't put the toys in their Happy Meals or whatever the hell it was. Anyhow, big side tangent there. Thanks for making it all the way through that with me. So James O'Barr's story, apparently, when it comes to being approached about making a Crow movie, is that a producer named Rachel Tallahay, who I'm familiar with because of the Nightmare on Elm Street box set I used to have, and in the early 2000s, with lots of interviews with the makers of the films. And she directed Freddy's Dead, but she was a producer at New Line Cinema for I believe, that whole decade of the 80s, and if not the whole decade, most of it. and she had all like the box office numbers for every single film in this interview that I've seen, and she sort of rattles them off and explains, well, this one, here's where we peaked, and here's where they start reducing in the box office money, so we decide we're going to kill off Freddy, and we're going to try to do it in a way that's a little bit more exciting. We're going to do this 3D gimmick, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if it really worked. Anyway, she's smart person, capable person. I don't think that movie was very good, but she knows how to direct some stuff. And she thought that The Crow was weird and dark and very unsure about, initially unsure about trying to acquire it. So she shows it to someone else at New Line Cinema named Mike DeLuca. And she's like, I was a production person. He was a development person. He was Mr. Young comic book head, right? She ends up, from her perspective, passing on The Crow entirely because of his recommendation. Although he would go on to, I guess, be responsible for other adaptations like Spawn, The Mask. Those were both comic books from that era. And then eventually Mortal Kombat, the video game. And his view was it was so dark. There's a lot of better comic books out there, a lot more commercial comic books out there. But that's not James O'Barr's recollection. His recollection was she got in touch with him and made him an offer, and he didn't like the offer, and he rejected it. It wasn't very good. But Rachel's memory is a young producer, and I think they refer to him as wannabe producer twice in the same chapter, Jeff Most, and his friend John Shirley, a novelist, approached her with The Crow while she was working on Nightmare on Elm Street 4. And they were looking for other horror titles because they were doing so well with Nightmare on Elm Street. And this is where our two guys, this little team, this two-man team, finally kind of hit it big, although they'd been successful already in the past. There's a reason why they have their own commentary track together on the DVD. They're a huge part of, well, they are the part where the original story gets adapted into a very successful film. Now, Shirley is a novelist who had cranked out a bunch of publications that he was trying to get sold into movies. A couple of them had made it. One of them, notably, was The Specialist, starring Sylvester Sly and the family Sharon Stone in 1988. And both these guys are just dreaming of a franchise success someday in the film industry. But they're not making enough headway or making enough money off of these novel adaptations, unfortunately. Neither one of them got a lot of money off The Specialist. So they tried this cagey little swerve, noticing studios are becoming increasingly interested in adapting comics for screen, like Batman and Dick Tracy. And by the way, Dick Tracy was a huge budget picture. It wasn't, it wasn't some under the radar thing. It was in the papers, man. Like, and there was huge ads for like how amazing it was. Like legitimate movie press were praising it to high heaven. And they had a lot of money invested in all the actors they had hired and then covered their faces in weird makeup. But they think of this sort of semi-ingenious little dodge here. They think, okay, what if we take one of my book ideas and then make it into a comic book, adapt the comic book into a movie, make that deal. Novel to screenplay to comic kind of thing, I guess. Because he already had adapted some of these novels into screenplays. That he's like, okay, well then let's just take that. We already have a screenplay done. No one's interested in it. Let's make a comic book out of it, and then we'll have the screenplay ready to sell. Weirdly enough, one of his story ideas in a comic book form that he made up was called Angry Angel. And he had shopped it to Caliber Press, the publishers of The Crow. And they said, can't take this. We already have something like it. Have you heard of The Crow? And James O'Barr and John Shirley said, no. So he looked into it. And then what he decided was, he's looking around for something to option into a movie. And he was looking at black and white comics because he thought that would be something affordable. Sure enough, he reads 3 pages into the Crow story and is like, yep, this can be a movie. So he obviously loves it. He takes it to, Jeff Most, and Jeff Most relates to it as well. Shirley sees it as the bones of a movie. Like this is all set up for us already. It's already fairly cinematic. There's very strong themes in it, but it's not so specific that I think it was open and open to interpretation enough for him to sort of seize on it, which is kind of a magical balance to have, right? A very, very defined world and a vibe and a feeling to it, an atmosphere, but it's not the kind of thing that was so developed and psychological that there's no room to move when it comes to the portrayal of the characters and stuff. These are all my thoughts, not his. This is me thinking what I think are his thoughts. But Jeff Most also relates to it because it reminds him of living on the Lower East Side. He said, the last place I'd had in New York was a loft on 2nd Street and Avenue B in the middle of hell with junkies standing outside my door to a shooting gallery next door. I'd have to wear a big overcoat because I was going to work at Rock Center at Saturday Night Live and push them away from the door in the morning. It just brought me back to that hellish environment, which, strange as it may sound, was very soothing to me. And they liked the look of the Crow, the lead character. I always had a particular affinity for the notion of romantic heroes, he says. It's a reminder for me in creating works of art that focus on these very strong emotional centers, and that we are all good people who would save others ahead of ourselves and love being the greatest motivating element in anyone's life. I saw that in The Crow. There was a guy in such a prescient moment of his life, tragically killed in love, in a flourishing moment. And I thought that encompassed such a wealth of emotion. Important, I think, also to note that when they get their hands on this comic book, this is when it's sold less than 1,000 copies nationwide. So it's not like they have a surefire, like, there's an audience for this because we've looked at the sales numbers. No, they just related to it enough to say there's an audience for this because it's got real heart to it and I relate to it. And it's not typical comic book fare action, and it's very adult and it's very hip and it's very, it's very immersed in the sort of music scene, and also it's not just a glorification of violence for its own sake either. So to read a bit from this book, The Making of the Crow by Bridget Bass. Most was impressed by the style of The Crow, by the fact that O'Barr told the story as if he was a film director, sitting with a storyboard artist. And these were storyboards. And it was reality with a fantasy element. But most got in touch with O'Barr and spent hours on the phone with him, discussing the storyline. The more they talked, the more he was compelled by it. Most offered James O'Barr a token $1 for a 2-year option. But Most says that he optioned the book for so little because I made a good back end, which is the residual rights, deal for James. I told him I wanted his creative involvement. I pledged that I would not do what everyone else had done in Hollywood, which was to make a PG-13 comic book movie. In fact, financially, he had little choice because when I came along, I didn't have any money. I had left my job after 5 years at Top 40 Videos, which was what he was doing production on. I think it was like a regional New York area. I kind of missed where it was. Whatever it was a music video show that wasn't MTV is all that matters. And I was setting up The Specialist and living off of paltry development money. I was staking my career on films. The deal O'Barr wanted from Most and Shirley was that he would sell a 2-year option, and that if the film was made into a movie, he would get a further $50,000, plus other fees down the road if sequels or television series were made. He was pleased that they agreed to it. We keep the publishing rights, and I could retain copyright on the character. Of course, Most couldn't just go out and sell the comics. He had to have a version of the project which Hollywood would understand, a treatment. This is a formal version of the story, usually about 20 pages, which outlines the narrative, presents the characters, the atmosphere, and whatever is unique about the project. Many movie projects are sold on treatments. But O'Barr was still working on The Crow, and Shirley and Most needed to know what happened so they could end the story. O'Barr gave them the final part in notes, drawings, and verbally. Finally, they had an option on what they thought was a hot project and a treatment. All they had to do now was sell it. Over the next 2 years, Jeff Most took his vision of The Crow all over Hollywood, both the studios and independent film companies. He had no real ammunition to get a production company interested in The Crow. He had no star or hot director attached. All he had was the first issue of the black and white underground comic, a treatment, and a vision. Now, we haven't talked yet much about Joy Division recording and what the kind of process was for that, and the man that made it all happen and drove them crazy. I definitely was pulling a lot of anecdotes and stories earlier on, straight from Hook's book, and I'm going to sort of try to wrap things up a bit more neatly in a less meandering, detailed way with the Joy Division sections from here on out by just pulling from Simon Reynolds' Rip It Up and Start Again. And it's because otherwise I'll be here forever. There's a lot of good stories I could get into, from personal anecdotes from band members and people that knew them. And I probably will in the future if I decide to cover, or if I decide I have time to cover, either 24-hour Party People or Control. Also, I don't think I mentioned yet that they were on a label called Factory Records that was born out of the Factory nightclub, where they and other bands in Manchester were starting to get noticed, and all the Factory releases had numbers indicating which one they were. So it was Fac 1, Fac 2, Fac 3. Fac 2 was a sampler of all these bands that had played at the Factory nightclub, and it was the first widely distributed recording of Joy Division and 2 songs by them. That's what got them noticed initially, more so than what had come before that they had tried to do on their own. Their second album was also called Closer. So with that numbering system and the title Closer, which is probably the most popular Nine Inch Nails song, Nine Inch Nails, an outfit that released everything with a code number on it, Halo 3, Halo 9, Halo 25 for all the, I assume there's like 800 Halo releases by now with all the remixing that's been done over the years and all the special, like even the videos you can't really get. By the way, archive.org, if you want to do a search for Nine Inch Nails Closure, if you want a really good digital rip of that 2-tape VHS cassette release from the late 1990s or possibly early 2000s at the latest, but I'm pretty sure it was before the end of the 20th century. It's got all the Nine Inch Nails videos, including Happiness and Slavery, and it's got a concert film as well. Anyhow, just wanted to link those things together. It's not for nothing that I'm talking about both bands here, on the same episode. And interestingly enough, the David Bowie album Low holds a special place in each group's heart. The level of fascination with that album was pretty intense for Trent Reznor and for the fellas in Joy Division. Anyhow, let's talk about the producer at Factory Records once they started making these recordings. Martin Hannett, he was all about making Joy Division's sound unlike what Joy Division actually set out to do. He wanted something eerie. He wanted something with space between the instruments, a lot of atmosphere, something more haunting. And this is what doesn't jive with what people say when they're like, they weren't a dour bunch of guys. They were a pack of fun. Like, they were a great time to hang around, always goofing off and making jokes and doing silly things. But you wouldn't know that by listening to the records and looking at the photographs of them. But, they set out to make punk records. They wanted to be like Iggy and the Stooges. And good old Martin saw something different. And he decided it was time to go back to not a classic rock approach, but something not punk in his approach to recording Joy Division. Not so much the classic rock where we're going to have tons of guitar overdubs and everyone's going to record separately and we're going to layer everything in a certain way with tons of traditional, reverb and echo. But I'm going to make this drummer play every single drum and record it individually by itself so there's no bleed through on any mics. And then I can crank away on the digital delay and echo and reverb sounds to my heart's content on just individual parts of the drum kit and accentuate them and compress them and mix them all independent of each other. Unlike the typical situation, which is, you got a couple of microphones hanging from up top or, pointed down from some very tall stands from up top to get the sound of the cymbals plus some ambient, room sound from the snare drum and the toms coming up, but also the snare, the toms, and the kick. They're all mic'd with their own individual microphone. And if you start raising the levels of one source or another, it's going to inevitably bring up with it whatever that microphone is capturing. Not with Martin at the helm. And he's said multiple times in the sources that I've found that Joy Division was a dream come true for him as a producer, just because they didn't know enough to argue with him. And it was his opinion that, you don't mess with a musician's ability to create, but they don't know how to make records and they don't know how to make things sound any different than what they hear in their head. So that's his job, and you're not going to tell him how to do it. And the Joy Division album is going to come out the way he wanted it to sound, not the way they wanted it to sound. And the band was split kind of down the middle as to who liked it and who didn't. And that's just something they had to deal with moving forward. They didn't have a punk sounding record. And the notes that I have in Rip It Up and Start Again that are interesting to me are about how it points out punk records typically simulated the boxy, in-your-face sound of the small club gig. Fast tempos and fuzzed-out guitars suited the tinny, two-dimensional sound reproduction of the 7-inch single. Music for teenagers, with their transistor radios and cheap record players, as opposed to adults with proper stereo systems. But Hannett believed punk was sonically conservative precisely because of its refusal to exploit the recording studio's capacity to create space. Factory's Tony Wilson talked of Hannett's genius in terms of synesthesia. He could see sound, shape it, rebuild it. This really visual sense that most people just don't have was enhanced by Hannett's being a major spliff head. Hash, he told one interviewer, is good for the ears. Like John Cooper Clarke, with whom he worked, Hannett was a 60s character, a fan of psychedelia and dub. He also adored the psychogeography of urban space, talking about how deserted public places, empty office blocks, give me a rush. Digital, Hannett's first Joy Division production, was titled after his favorite sonic toy, the AMS digital delay line. Hannett used the AMS and other digital effects coming onto the market in the late 70s to achieve ambience control. He could wrap a song or an individual instrument within a track inside a particular spatial aura, as if they came from imaginary rooms, with real-seeming dimensions and sound reflections. This is good music writing. I never read stuff like this from most music journalists or historians. They just... Maybe it's an American thing. I don't know, but good Lord, there's just so much cheap throwing adjectives around that don't describe anything. If you've heard me bitch about it before on previous episodes, if you're a long-suffering listener, a long contributing listener, hopefully, with your attention, and I thank you for it. But there's just this actually gives you a sense of what was accomplished by this producer and by this band, not just like thundering drums and incendiary guitar playing. Sorry, I know that's a line from Almost Famous, but it's true. That's just the kind of hackery that is so acceptable, or was so acceptable. I don't know about these days. God only knows. Who's writing about music? I don't know. I don't care. But yeah, just a great example of a writer taking some technical processes, explaining what they are, how they were utilized, and then how it evokes a feeling or an image in your head. Wonderful. Good for you. Good for you, Simon Reynolds. I'm sure he would really appreciate knowing that I like this book. Now, for more specificity, he points out that the most distinctive use of the AMS digital delay in this case was subtle. He applied a microsecond delay to the drums that was barely audible, but which created a sense of enclosed space, a vaulted sound, like the music was recorded in a mausoleum. Hannett also wove subliminal shimmers deep into the recesses of Joy Division's records. And he loved the occasional extreme effect. On the debut, Unknown Pleasures, he mic'd up the clanking of an antique lift for Insight and incorporated smashing glass on I Remember Nothing. And there's, if you check out the links I put in the description to some documentary, so 2 documentaries about Joy Division, and if I remember to add it, a podcast I found about Joy Division. There's all kinds of stories of like spraying aerosol cans around the microphone at rhythmic intervals to be, recorded and reused later. There's banging on all kinds of little pieces of metal and stuff like that was used. Before I leave this part, I wanted to throw in a small detail that I just remembered yesterday. I was in Manchester last fall, late September, right when the Queen died, unfortunately for me, and a lot of the plans that I'd had while I was there. But one thing that it did not interrupt was a walking tour of Manchester. Sorry, I should say I wasn't in Manchester during that whole time. It was like 2 days I was in Manchester. But I was in the UK for a couple of weeks when the Queen died. And there was a free walking tour of Manchester that starts at this university where the nice statue of Alan Turing sitting at a bench is. You meet there at like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning, and this nice, knowledgeable young person takes you all around the city and shows you all these important, landmarks and gives you the historical background on all of them. And he talks about Factory, the nightclub. There was a great section of the tour that explained the local government and police crackdown on gay clubs and, live music clubs for young people in general, and all the things that had to be done to preserve them, to preserve the nightlife at a very bad time in Thatcher's Britain and up there in the is it northeast, northwest, I want to say of the British Isle. And he talked about Factory as an endeavor that was doomed to fail because they wanted to create a nightclub for these great bands, the Manchester era, they called it. And all these great bands coming up with, not enough exposure in London, too much competition over there. They weren't well known yet. And they wanted it to be a bar, but unfortunately these young people weren't into getting sloshed on beer all night long as much as they were the emerging, shall we say, trade and of MDMA at the time. So they had a place to stay up all night and do drugs, but they didn't buy beer. You don't get a hankering for booze when you're on certain drugs. Certain club drugs and rave drugs and stuff don't lend themselves well to people wanting to drink those kind of beverages all night long and spend their money. So, it was a totally unsustainable business that was created with the best of intentions. Similarly, Factory Records, if I'm remembering my history from that tour correctly, I believe the story was that, similar to a lot of idealistic entrepreneurs that wanted to help out the young struggling artists, they imposed no ownership over the recordings, maybe the recordings, but not the compositions of the artists that they recorded. I think I'm remembering that correctly. And I'm pretty sure there's about 5 books about this that I could be reading right now. And I will do that on the Patreon probably at some point. I'll get deeper into it. The short story of Factory Records is, well, all their main talent just got picked off by major record labels because they had the right to. They had Factory Records to sort of, build them a nest, and then, a major label would just come up, would just swoop off and pluck these little chicks out of the nest, and there was nothing to stop them. They just, they'd offer them real money. So, but they did something really important for a lot of artists, and they created a scene where there already was a kind of a scene, but there was nothing provided for these, young artists to really thrive in and network in and be heard within and outside of eventually. So both endeavors did their job, but they're totally financially unsustainable and they went out of business. At least that's the impression I got from this walking tour of Manchester. If you know the story better than I do, please call in. Please call in and correct me if I was wrong. No, it wasn't those drugs they were doing, Jay. It was these drugs. It wasn't, they didn't stick around long enough for MDMA. They were just doing methamphetamines. I don't know. There's a lot to get to. Let's move on. I'll take some quotes out of Spin magazine from March 1992. Interview with Trent Reznor. I'll skip out on all the boring music journalist setup and shitty attitude. And there's a blah, 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 blah. The band has one LP out, 1989's Pretty Hate Machine, which is currently sold somewhere on the order of 500,000. Astounding for a band on an independent label. When Pretty Hate Machine came out, we didn't review it in Spin. I'd never seen the band play live until Lollapalooza, which at the time, at which time I was formally converted to Nailedom, or whatever they'll eventually call it. When their genuinely unhinged rock and roll futurism, or with it, rather, not when, Nine Inch Nails blew away every other act on the festival, including headliners Jane's Addiction. Older audience members were moved to awestruck comparisons with the Stooges or early Who. The under 30s just realized the stuff rocked. Because, if you're under 30, you don't know anything about music history, evidently, unless you're someone who writes for Spin magazine, or maybe this person's older. I don't know. Sorry, I said I was going to spare you that stuff, but I missed it. I wanted to bring up the Lollapalooza stuff, though. So, blah, 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 blah. What kinds of people are buying his records? What kind of person is into industrial music these days? Look at all the people at Lollapalooza punching the air and shouting along with Head Like a Hole. He compares it to being the new heavy metal. Reznor says, I see what you're saying, and in some ways I agree that the buzz of this little subgenre is getting bigger. I think people look at Nine Inch Nails as the pop forefront of that, the doorway into more legitimate or obscure industrial bands. But I don't think the genre as a whole is solidified enough. I don't think there are enough good industrial bands right now to start up a big thing. If I look at all the bands that influenced me at the time while I was doing the record, like Ministry, they either don't exist or they mutated into something else, which I think is cool, but it's far from what stimulated me into wanting to do this. Any discussion of the music's shortcomings, though, is dependent upon the individual's definition of the ambiguous term industrial. Have you noticed that when you call a band industrial, a lot of them will cringe? Asks Trent, grinning slyly. Ugh, rock journalist. Yeah. Well, I don't mind the term applied to us, but I think the reason people cringe is what it connotes. Connotes. Sorry, folks. Throbbing Gristle, Test Department, bands Nine Inch Nails has very little in common with. What is industrial, then? I'd basically define it as dance music that's a bit harder, a bit tougher, definitely with a drum machine, maybe some distorted vocals. I was a fan of that stuff. I was a Wax Trax record buyer when I was making Pretty Hate Machine. I always liked stuff that was computer-based, where you can tie in the technology with the music. It was a fresh, new thing that couldn't have happened before. And I still like it, even though now it's become mainstream and you can buy a drum machine for $100 and everybody in the world has a computer and a sequencer, because I think that there are still a lot of avenues that haven't been explored that are, I don't know how to say this, a way of doing this new thing that I'm into, and obviously a lot of people are into. I mean, I'm really into old David Bowie stuff for what it was. I'm really into Led Zeppelin or whatever. But I'm not going to have a band that tries to sound like that because it's been done. I never liked the Beatles. If you're going to have the band that is guitar, bass, drums, and vocal, try to do something different instead of trying to sound like every other band that uses the same equipment and plays the same chords. I think my affiliation with so-called industrial bands now is I like the energy. I always liked the fact that it was electronic, but it wasn't Thompson Twins. It wasn't where Devo went with it. It was something that was kind of cool. Further down the article, he says, I'll include the link to this so you can look at the whole. You can look at the whole magazine if you want to. But he talks about industrial bands, and he's like, if you ask the average concert goer to name an industrial band, it won't be Throbbing Gristle. It'll be Ministry, Front 242, Meat Beat Manifesto, Us. Yada yada yada. Talking about the industrial scene, and then the next quote from Trent is, any genre has to broaden itself and sort of bastardize into new forms if it's going to stay healthy. I think there are several blows against it to start with when asked about, the mainstream appeal of industrial music versus where it comes from. One is electronic music in general has never been legitimate. I live that down every time we do a show. What the fuck is the problem? You get this mentality of it's bad. Well, on the other hand, a lot of electronic music is bad. For every band that I think has something to say, like Ministry or Meat Beat Manifesto, there's twice as many that have realized the formula for industrial music. Repetitive 16th note bass lines, snarling vocals, usually unintelligible, screaming about the horrible condition of the planet, or some kind of doomsday message about how shitty things are. Cool, we're there. Frontline Assembly is a textbook case of a band that I can't listen to a fucking song, let alone an album. Just monotonous, boring, uninspired bullshit. And they're far more traditional and far more exemplary of industrial than Nine Inch Nails is. Oddly enough, later in the article, our popularity doesn't revolve around urban centers. One of our biggest areas is Salt Lake City. Who the fuck would think anybody's out there? We're like Bon Jovi in Salt Lake City. My theory on that whole thing, and I could be completely wrong, is that when you take an area like Salt Lake City or Tulsa or someplace out in the middle of nowhere, I found the people that I've met there to be more truly weird than anyone I've met in New York or LA or San Francisco, because there's nothing to do. And I think when they find some way to rebel, they go full out at it, because their Mormon parents or whatever the fuck the situation is are stifling them. Isolationism, being nowhere. People get really weird. We've run into weird devil cult shit and everything else out there. Not anywhere else. Weird devil cult shit? The writer asks. Well, it's weird when you play a show somewhere and there's a disproportionate number of people backstage talking about how they're witches and that there's a cool place to go. Hey, you guys want to go out tonight after the show? Yeah, where? Well, there's a great place. This old abandoned church that these satanic cults hang out at. It's not, let's go down to the bar. It's, let's go out and slaughter a cow. What the fuck? It's the last thing you're expecting. And they assume that you must be into that. I've got someone coming up to me saying, the promoter is telling everyone you're a warlock. I think a lot of spare time breeds incredible weirdness. They're looking for some way to rebel. I don't know. Is that what industrial music gives them? Yeah, well, I think it's because it's not legitimate. And by legitimate, I mean Spin and Rolling Stone have not embraced it. So this is cool. They then talk about the Guns N' Roses tour of Europe, which Trent refers to as one in a long history of miscalculations I've made with this band. People were just starting to hear of us over there because our record just came out. Our American label did not license the music over there until about 2 years after it came out. I'd kind of gone into it like, well, we did Lollapalooza, and that worked out okay. And in the big picture, it benefited us. And, well, what's the difference? Well, it was a big difference. It was the worst sort of situations. It was us, Skid Row, Guns N' Roses. I like Guns N' Roses for what they do. Skid Row, however, is the epitome of what I don't like about spandex rock. Poser, toughness, bullshit. I hate them. So we open up, first song, people are like, yeah, there's a band on stage. and they're slowly realizing we're not Skid Row. Second song. Okay, these guys are not Skid Row, and I think I hear a synthesizer. Third song. We definitely hear a synthesizer. This is bullshit. These guys suck. They're faggots. Let's go kick their ass. There is something about the feeling of standing in front of 65,000 people giving you the finger. An intense terror took over. In a word, it sucks. I decided just to make it the worst half hour in this crowd's life. The point when it actually became humorous was when I saw a sausage flying up on stage at a show in Germany. A link sausage. But we got off the stage with our lives. Another sad moment is toward the end of the set, I actually saw one poor fucker with a Nine Inch Nails shirt holding it up. Seconds later, I saw a scuffling and no more Nine Inch Nails shirt. Maybe that's because they all wanted it, suggests the writer. Well, we did somehow sell 8 t-shirts that night. 8 out of 65,000 in attendance, not, I assume, shirts in a box. That's not a bad ratio. It also made me realize that I'm not trying to be all things to all people. Now, a quote that kind of speaks to, the big disparity in sound between Pretty Hate Machine and Broken, which would eventually come out after this. He says, the only thing that's disheartening about that, when he's referring to talking to his new fans and not relating to them, is that I know where this band is going, and I know how much harder we're getting. When I put out Pretty Hate Machine, I thought it was a pretty bold record at the time. I listen to it now, and it seems really light. It seems really sterile. I've interpreted the songs a million times on stage, and if I did that record now, it would probably sound a lot different. But I didn't, and I just want to put it behind me. Now, I see a lot of our newest fans are attaching themselves to a side of Nine Inch Nails that doesn't exist anymore. So, now, after we are into year 2 of the 2-year holding deal, development deal for The Crow, 51 different filmmakers have passed, studios have passed on the treatment that they were shown by Shirley and Most. The 52nd option they explored was with a guy named Ed Pressman. Now, he had been a very successful producer of over 40 movies at the time, including big success ones like Wall Street and Reversal of Fortune, and then more cutting-edge, almost indie films that made big names for themselves, or not almost, but indie films like Badlands and Bad Lieutenant. He had a reputation for giving new producers and directors a chance to make movies, their way with the protection of a large sort of structure around them. So he likes it, I guess, enough to tell them to go back to the drawing board with the treatment and write a new one. They had no interest from anybody else, so they figure, okay, fine, we'll do what he says. So Most and Shirley really sort of hunker down and start haggling with each other over who's going to get their way when it comes to the new version. Because Jeff Most wants to make it much more cinematic, and John Shirley wants to follow the comic a lot more strictly because he believed in the right of the author to have their work covered exactly, the way they intended. So, I mean, that's, typical because he's the novelist, he's the writer, he's the screenplay guy. And that makes James O'Barr very happy, of course. But they had to find a compromise that would suit everybody, and more especially Mr. Ed Pressman, who was going to give them the money to make this damn movie. So they produced 2 more drafts of the treatment by December 1990. This is 6 months since Most had initially been introduced to Pressman, and he now had 2 months left on his option with James O'Barr. Luckily, the 3rd draft went over well with Ed Pressman. He agreed to make a deal with Most as the producer, take up the option from James O'Barr, and Most insists that John Shirley is going to be hired to write a draft of the screenplay, which would mean working closely with Caldecott Chubb, a man they knew did not share their vision. But this is a time, again, the comic book still relatively unknown. Second issue had finally come out. sold a couple of hundred copies. At this time, the first was only up to 1,200 copies because it's being distributed by a very tiny network. Very small outlets putting these things out. And The Crow was starting to develop an audience that Jeff Most sort of believed in and knew would grow even further if James gets to keep on publishing. He's starting to get fan mail now through Caliber Press. And this deal with Pressman doesn't mean that they have all the money to make The Crow into a movie yet. This is just a development deal where there's financing available for writing the screenplay. And after that, anything could happen. I think overall, and in the fullness of time, looking back at the success of the Crow film and what it did for him, I would think that James O'Barr would have the same attitude as Alan Moore. Alan Moore, who referenced another man who I think would echo O'Barr's feelings, Raymond Chandler, when asked, "How do you feel about what Hollywood has done to your books?" He pointed up and behind him and said, "Hollywood hasn't done a fucking thing to my books. They're right there on the shelf behind me where they've always been." Also, a great quote from him that's in this Making of the Crow book that I was. It's nice to be reminded of. Chandler said, "If my books had not been as good, I would not have been invited there. If they had been better, I would not have gone." So when it comes to the screenplay, they deliver a first draft. Shirley says some liked it, some didn't. It was pretty close to the comic books, and that goes against their instincts. That's all. They like to screw with things more. I mean, it's they're always producers always, are the ones coming at you with like just change this one thing, which is the first of many things. Just take this out, and then, it wasn't Ed Pressman though. He says, mostly I think he let other people do it. He had input too. I just don't remember exactly what it was. But he has sort of an Andy Warhol approach. Just sort of walk through the factory and see the people working. But back to Caldecott Chubb. Apparently he's a bit of an elitist and not really ideal for collaborating with these guys, and with John Shirley specifically, since he's the one doing the writing. Corporate types, Shirley believes, are, among the world's evilest. I think they kill people all the time, like covering up the toxicity they introduce to the environment. He had wanted to make the top villain one of these really powerful, these are his words, ivory tower corporate slimeballs, and Chubb of the Chubb Group rejected the idea for some obscure reason. He felt that it was like vilifying white-collar guys. I remember him telling me he was sick of white-collar guys being vilified. Picked out as society's current Al Capone or something. So we disagreed about that pretty sharply. In a way, this is a class issue that developed in the writing of The Crow. I felt that my point of view was more working class, and so is The Crow. Very working class story. His point of view was more the upper class, which abuse street people as being the villains, and poor people as being the villains, and gangs being the ultimate villainy rather than the corporate gangs that really run things. And it's interesting, he says the second draft was somewhat disastrous because I was trying to please everybody. And I think Chubb deliberately set me up to write a script that could not be made because he wanted to get rid of me. Jeff Most says definitely the second draft was taking steps backwards. And this was because, he said, of the directives he was being given, which were being overridden from what I was telling him to do. So the rewrite notes from Mr. Caldecott Chubb did provide a window of time in which, Mr. Chubb could sort of seize on this, like, look, this isn't working. He can't follow directions. He's not writing something that we can even film. So Most says Shirley got fired after the second draft, and I pleaded with Ed to keep him on. And he wouldn't. I said, look, I'll go up and work with John. You've got to give me 8 weeks. I'll go live in his home and I will rewrite it with him. But you've got to give us an opportunity. And he actually agreed not to hire anybody else while we did that. During the third draft, I was starting to make substantial changes, says Jeff. I had fights with John Shirley about it because, again, he wanted to maintain exactly what was in the comic. Since we no longer had to worry because we were on a free draft about taking directives from people that didn't understand the material. In my mind, I kind of went hog wild. As they work on the third draft, Jeff feels that there's just too much in the story that's not fully explained or fleshed out in the original comic. He would ask questions of the logic to which there wasn't always necessarily an answer, he says. O'Barr would tell him, it's like, well, Jeff, I didn't really think about that. You know, he says, O'Barr started this in 81 and it didn't get published until 88 because everybody in the world turned it down. It was this dark, gruesome, cathartic experience that nobody wanted to publish. There's a lot of stuff that I had to make sense of. And I guess the biggest focus he had on this was the whole resurrection of Eric's character coming back from the dead. He says, a person comes back from the dead and they don't have any memories, and then the crow can sometimes take the soul back to the earth, put wrong things right. That's in the book. What I felt needed refinement was the notion that if you came back, why wouldn't you want to insert yourself into your life? Why wouldn't you just go, hey, I don't want to go back anywhere. I don't want to be dead. So my notion was, well, you have to have a clean palate, and that a familiar, the bird, could only take you on your mission. So I came up with two things. The first was the bird that you would follow and have the crow vision. That was sort of like the visual gimmick that sort of helps the audience understand how this shit works when Eric comes back, how he can see what he sees and how he can put things together and find out where the bad guys are that he needs to hunt down, supposedly. That's my interpretation of what he's getting at. And then Most says his second contribution that was most important as far as he's concerned was to give the crow empathic qualities, which he didn't have in the comic. He thought he could touch people and things and use touch and position and place, meaning the bird would take him to a place not knowing what he was doing. He was just following this bird. Come back from the dead, this bird is around you. You'd follow it, and the bird would lead you. And only when the bird led you to places, gave you information, would you start to put back the pieces of who you were, what happened to you, and what you needed to know to take care of the bad guys. I just needed to tie everything together. So the idea of not only using thought to get memories, but using empathic qualities to be able to deliver them so that you could, like the climax of The Crow, give the pain, which, for example, Shelley suffered for 40 years in the hospital room, to another individual. One of the additions that Jeff, I guess, was the most proud of is I came up with a thing about Devil's Night. I said, okay, why don't I put Devil's Night in and give the bad guys something to do? Most had read that for a decade, on the wild night before Halloween, gangs had torched buildings in poor neighborhoods in Detroit. This enabled Most to change the reason for and the manner of Shelley and Eric's murders. He points out that in the comic, they were killed out on a country road by some popped-up guys on speed and crack and that kind of stuff. Jeff Most notes that, El Rey is the district that O'Barr actually lived in as a very poor artist and auto mechanic. But I needed a rationale other than, drug sellers were like after a diamond ring and they wanted to screw this girl and have some fun with these people and fuck around with them. So he comes up with the idea that the villains work for a slumlord who wanted to get rid of his tenants in order to develop a big slice of his property. He says the idea was that the fires of Devil's Night were actually an ongoing real estate ploy to clean out an entire neighborhood. And in the context of the clean and sweep, the tenants really were being pushed out. This was just their regular activity, to get buildings cleaned out so they could be sold. This was part of my experience of New York gentrification. So I needed to combine everything into a place, have a backdrop as to what these guys did as a very pervasive evil, that they were drug dealers, but they were also for-hire killers. Now, these contributions that Jeff Most makes, these all get into the movie. Basically, all the changes, big and small, there's more than what I've already listed going on there. They get in, but with, Shirley trying to accommodate all the notes that they're getting from the powers that be. And then these additions from Jeff Most included, the whole thing is now too long. And they deliver it a day too late. The day we were supposed to deliver, and we didn't deliver, they hired a writer they had standing in the wings, says Most. And this guy is David Schow. I think that's how you say his name. S-C-H-O-W. So it's not show and it's not shao. It's show. Maybe if I say it like I think Lorne Michaels would say it. So they're really trying to close this deal. They're going to do it anyway, however they want. David Shaw comes in and used all the things that were in the third screenplay draft, the stuff that was changed from the comic, and then Jeff Most has to give John Shirley the bad news that he's now off the movie. John Shirley goes into a deep depression. He has a relapse, I guess. It doesn't say with his alcohol or drugs, but he also had to take antidepressants for a year. It was a really bad time. But Shaw writes the screenplay that the movie is based on. Shirley has a lot of regrets about this time. He says, "It upsets me because I didn't get a chance to finish the project. If they changed anything major in this, Brandon Lee would still be alive. Because I had a lot less violence in my script." Ed Pressman goes looking for a director. And by the way, we're going to get deep into Dave Shaw later in this episode. We're going to read a lot of stuff straight from him. So he gets his side of the story told. And here's where we bring up Julian Temple as one of the first candidates for the director's seat. He had actually worked at Limelight Pictures on The Specialist. And he had directed the movie Absolute Beginners. And he directed the Janet Jackson Control video. See, these are the things at the time that were relevant. Obviously, elsewhere in this episode, I have talked through Julian Temple's many, 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 many credits. But at the same time, there's another director being suggested to Jeff Most, an Australian of Greek origin, born in Egypt, also known for doing commercials and music videos, Mr. Alex Proyas. He had done American Express, Coca-Cola, and Nike commercials. He had been the director for music videos from Sting, INXS, Fleetwood Mac. And he, of course, wanted to eventually get into directing movies. Commercials are good for money. So he had, the freedom financially to sort of wait until the right project came into his, in his field of vision that he could sort of pounce on. Now, I think I can sort of suggest that there's divisions here between there's three squads. Like there's the Jeff Most and John Shirley squad. There's Alex Proyas himself, and then there's David Shaw. And, John Shirley believes that Alex wanted to stay with him. Or he was told that by Alex. Because he seems to have recognized that Shirley had found a way to make the thing work, in a filmable way based on looking at the comic and then looking at the treatment and the work that John and Jeff had done. And, Most says David Shaw was hired because we were trying to orient it to be a New Line movie, and he was Mike DeLuca's guy. He had been working with Mike DeLuca, who was a rising senior VP at New Line. At the time, when we had heard good things about him, he had been a horror writer, novelist, splatterpunk horror novelist, and he seemed like a good choice. He was strange. He wore swastikas on him all over the place and little skeletons. He was a very strange guy, but he was a good writer. But, Alex Proyas says, "Hey, man, you got 90% of the work already done here." And then they brought on this new guy. Like, I don't think Shaw is really necessary based on all the stuff you've already accomplished here. But Shaw had started out doing fantasy short stories and novels into movie screenplays. At this point, he was known for Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 and Nightmare on Elm Street 5. And the author of The Making of the Crow does also reinforce the fact that he dresses in a way that seems to be shocking in nature for his own purposes. Little skeletons and swastikas all over his jacket. I don't know if these are like Nazi swastikas or if these are like the old-timey Japanese, like, the original swastika, which like faces the other direction, which means something different than what it was morphed into as a Nazi symbol. I don't want to say the guy's a Nazi, but I don't know. But the main thing I'm learning about him is that, say what you want about what was done previously and how much he might have actually been needed, but he did a lot of work. He did multiple revisions for the Crow script. He started working on, he said, like a stack of scripts And Most and Alex Proyas were having issues over credit. Alex didn't understand how the Writers Guild worked, but there was a stack. He says, Most is a stack about this high. It was substantial. I don't know what this high means. I guess it was in the spring of 92, probably around May or June. So maybe Shao is on a mission to do so much work that he doesn't have to share credit. But if that was his intention, it did not work. There was enough of Jeff Most, I think, arguing on his buddy's behalf against Alex Proyas and Shao's behalf. I don't know. It's hard to make sense of this, but Shirley was not erased, basically, from the credits as a writer, is the end result. Shao's big contribution was making Top Dollar, the main villain, more weird, evidently. He proposed that he have an Asian half-sister, Micah. Their father was in Vietnam, and she would be Top Dollar's incestuous lover. Top Dollar's motivation would be to punish the world for Micah's tragic life, and she would also replace the function of the soothsayer character in Most and Shirley's script, recognizing the power of a crow. Although Most recognizes that David Shao's dialogue was predominantly what was used in the picture, it was our structure, our story, our characters, with the exception of Bai Ling, who played Micah. David Shao was very different from John Shirley, a darker character who brought his own dreams and nightmares to the screenplay. And Most says that David was going in a different direction than I had gone with John Shirley. It's noted that, I think I will note elsewhere, I think in this episode, but the actor playing Top Dollar contributed a large chunk of his own dialogue to those scenes that were so entertaining. Now, as Jeff works with David, he starts to worry about them losing any sort of sense of humor or sort of uplifting elements to the story. So he keeps trying to balance that out with David. And it's starting to become too bleak for his taste when he keeps reading David's revisions. And he says, I remember that a solution came up for us to lay out index cards. We did a checkerboard. We'd say, okay, after every really dark and violent scene, we need a scene that's uplifting. And so we started to stress that. During that process, we realized we needed a character to almost have a sense of humor. We needed a character to almost have a sense of humor? I think he means a character as a sense of humor for the movie. A character that maybe embodies that? I don't know. He goes on to say, how ironic is it that you would find yourself in this position, coming back to Earth? Would you simply be a tunnel vision killer? Or would you be somebody who goes, my God, this is kind of odd? And he makes a reference to the Frank Capra film, It's a Wonderful Life. He says, I remember always referencing Clarence, the angel, in It's a Wonderful Life. It was just, for me, what I imagined when we saw the Jimmy Stewart character feeling the depths of what life would have been like had he been there. And you have Clarence, this angel, who tried to bring him a bit of light and show him what this strange world is all about. So I really wanted to make sure the character was not simply, I am Terminator, I kill. We could imagine any of ourselves up there on the screen in this very awkward situation, finding humor and finding light, at the same time as mourning the loss of the precious love of their life. So this is during a time when Most, Shao, and Proyas are all working on the script, and they're getting more and more complaints from Mr. Caldecott Chubb, who, according to Jeff Most, would tell them, no, that's all wrong. I can see it now. It shouldn't be this way. And Most obviously thinks that his view is irrelevant because he didn't understand the 15 to 25-year-old sensibility the way Alex and I did. He would say things like, let's have him put an apron on and have him sweep up in this scene. We'd say, you've got to be kidding. The 15-year-old boys would be rolling in the aisle. But Chubb's point of view is that Shao and Most and Proyas were missing the point of the movie. And he's getting more and more annoyed with them the more he reads what they're up to. Eventually, he has a dispute with Ed Pressman over his involvement in the Crow movie and leaves the company. But he did get a co-producer credit on the film locked in before he left to have nothing to do with it. One final note on the script's creation. They definitely wrote this with the intention of making it a franchise. Remember, that was the point of the deal for Most and Shirley in the first place. That lucrative franchise deal, and they signed Brandon Lee as a franchise actor. They signed him for 3 films. That intention. Now I'd like to go back in time in the Joy Division story a bit, because I've discovered the writing of Deborah Curtis. She has a book called Touching from a Distance, Ian Curtis and Joy Division. And I think it's cool to get her perspective on some events from the early days as well as later. Obviously, I can't do it all. There's a lot to read. I think she seems like a pretty good writer if you want to sort of, see the history of the band from her perspective and Ian from her perspective. Now, she talks about the last time they played as Warsaw. She reckons it was probably the gig on New Year's Eve 1977 at the Swinging Apple in Liverpool. She says, the club was the size of a back-to-back terraced house. By the time the band had set up, the venue had an atmosphere of a small youth club. At first, the few people stood there politely in front of the stage, but when manners turned to disappointment, they all sat down on the floor with their backs against the wall. In desperation, Warsaw launched into a cover of Iggy Pop's The Passenger. Sorry, I've stopped myself from pressing The Passenger. I ride and I ride. I can't just say The Passenger. The Passenger. And the audience stood up again. The highlight of the evening was midnight, not just because it was New Year's Eve, because in true Liverpudlian tradition, everybody ran out into the street to welcome the new year in. The Manchester lads seemed puzzled by the bonhomie. The release of the EP in January marked the change of the name from Warsaw to Joy Division after the disappointing news that there was already a London-based band called Warsaw Pact with a K-T. The essential ingredient for any band at the time was to have a supposedly shocking name. Names such as Slaughter and the Dogs and Ed Banger and The Nosebleeds. Nosebleeds, I think, was the band that Morrissey was in for a short time with Billy Duffy, before he joined Southern Death Cult, which then became Death Cult, which then became The Cult. That's all I know about the Nosebleeds. If I'm right in remembering that was the band in question. She says these names were guaranteed to conjure up the image of a group who just might resemble the Sex Pistols. Most young hopefuls completely missed the sad fact that all they could ever be were pale imitations, jumping on the inevitable band wagon. Ian told me that the Joy Division was what the Nazis called female prisoners kept alive to be used as prostitutes for the German army. I cringed. It was gruesome and tasteless, and I hoped that the majority of people would not know what it meant. I wondered if the members of the band were intending to glorify the degradation of women. Telling myself that they had chosen it merely to gain attention, I gradually became accustomed to the provocative moniker and concentrated on the music. Joy Division worked hard to produce a new, tighter image. The frantic punk-style songs disappeared and were replaced with strong melodies and lyrics worthy of closer inspection. The band played their first gig as Joy Division on 25th of January 1978, so not even a month later. At Pips Disco in Manchester, Tony Wilson had promised Steve Morris that he would come see them, but he didn't make an appearance. They performed what seemed to me to be a very brief set to an audience which had at last latched on to Joy Division's special aura. I sat at the top of the steps above the dance floor and observed a fan as he ran across the front of the stage and quickly picked up a discarded set list written in Ian's giant scrawl. It amused me that someone wanted to collect the set list when the band had only been paid £60. The balancing act between Ian's day job and gigging had begun. Ian went to the doctor because he had flu symptoms, but came away with only painkillers. The following week, he was so tired after playing until 2 a.m., he tried to get a sick note in order to skeeve off. This time, the doctor examined him and told him that he really was ill. Living in Macclesfield again, sorry, anyone who lives there if I mispronounced it, was almost as daunting as moving to a new town, as most of our contemporaries had flown south. Sometimes, if there was an antiques fair at the drill hall, we would browse around and perhaps meet up with John Talbot, who usually managed a stall. Kelvin Briggs was also still a very good friend, but we didn't have the fun we'd had when we were younger. Although Ian and I were happy together, it miffed me slightly that when the other girls at college held parties, Ian would never come. One contact with the past came when Tony Nuttall called on us. The visit was marked by one of our neighbors calling the police because Ian and Tony had been seen walking over the roofs of the cars on Barton Street on their way back from the Chinese takeaway. Apart from this, Tony and Ian had grown a long way apart, particularly in their politics. They were left and right-wing, respectively. Tony wasn't a passionate campaigner, but found that shared politics gave him an almost unconscious way of warming to people. His friendship with Ian had disappeared, and he wondered if Ian also felt this gulf. For this reason, the conversation that day remained shallow, as they sought some common ground. When Ian showed Tony Nuttall the An Ideal for Living sleeve, he was dismayed by the imagery, and listening to the music, found it wasn't really to his taste either. Their friendship never really reestablished itself. I bought my first car, okay, a Morris Traveler with a 160-pound tax rebate, and passed my driving test in January 1978. Ian was pleased for me, but it did nothing to encourage him to learn to drive, despite my nagging about how much he was missing by being a mere passenger. However, for me, the car was an important symbol of my independence. Ian was happy to be driven around by Steve, but I reveled in being able to make my own decisions about which gigs I attended. Unfortunately, I hadn't realized that Ian had no interest in learning anything practical at all. I'd also assumed that just as I learned to cook as I went along, Ian would gradually pick up on the traditional male skills. Having a father who did everything for me, including healing my shoes, gave me expectations that Ian simply could not live up to. Ian had always claimed to be ambidextrous. He told me that he had, in fact, been born left-handed and that his mother had forced him to write with his right hand when he was a child. But if this means he was equally capable with both hands, then it would also mean he was equally incapable with both hands. Ian was often frustrated and embarrassed by his clumsiness. As the music rebellion against the power of the London labels grew, Ian's excitement was obvious. Of the Manchester Musicians Collective, Ian said, "The collective was a really good thing for Joy Division. It gave us somewhere to play. We met other musicians, talked, swapped ideas. Also, it gave us a chance to experiment in front of people. We were allowed to take risks. The collective isn't about music that needs to draw an audience." The reason for Ian's absence from his Manchester job became apparent when I realized that more often than not, he had taken time off to visit Derek Brandwood and his assistant, Northern Soul DJ Richard Searling. They ran an RCA promotion department in Piccadilly Plaza, Manchester. Derek Brandwood had managed to acquire a display window in the ground floor, which Ian and I passed every day. But apart from the display window, the office was unobtrusive and well hidden from the rest of the bustling city. It had become a meeting place for new talent in the city, and coincidentally, for Martin Hannett. It was Martin's suggestion that he and Derek work with Sad Cafe as a team, and he told Derek that he would be able to get them a TV spot on Granada if Derek could arrange an interview with Iggy Pop for Tony Wilson. It was this that set the ball rolling as far as talent scouting in the Northwest was concerned. RCA was the same record label that had signed most of Ian's heroes, including David Bowie, Iggy Pop, and Lou Reed. Ian found it easy simply to walk into the office and have a chat with whoever was there. Ian wasn't shy about pushing himself forward where his musical career was concerned. And having met Derek since, I can see how comfortable he would have made Ian feel. When Bernie Binnick of Swan Records was looking for a new wave band from the UK to go into the American market, he contacted his friend John Anderson, who had just happened to run a Northern Soul label with Richard Searling. Classic case of being in the right place at the right time, Joy Division were chosen partly for convenience. They were still trying to sell An Ideal for Living EP and were keen to begin another project. Ian took the initiative to set up a meeting between the band, Richard Searling, and John Anderson. Peter Hook was the only member of the band to raise any real questions or to appear remotely wary. Joy Division were desperate to do some more recording, and any queries Peter might have had were hastily pushed aside. Production, or even the type of music they were to record, was given little or no discussion. The only thing clear in their minds was the fact that someone else was going to pay for the recording. Richard Searling, John Anderson, and Bernie Binnick, agreed to put £500 each into the project, which was to be recorded at Greendow/Aero Studios, Manchester at £35 per hour. This was an expensive rate at the time, but it proved the serious intentions of the three investors. In April 1978, this is 4 months, they played one show as Joy Division. 12 songs were recorded. Good for you, boys. 11 composed by the band, and Keep On Keepin' On by N.F. Porter, which was reworked and the riff used on Interzone. There are mixed views on these sessions. I remember Ian being very upset about the recording of his vocals. John Anderson had assumed the role of producer, and Ian felt that whatever it was John wanted, he wasn't prepared to do it. He complained bitterly that he was expected to sing like a soul singer, James Brown in particular. A great deal of sulking went on when it was suggested they use a synthesizer, but the idea was taken on board. The studio time wasn't all frustration and arguments. Some time was taken for the odd drink across the road, and one night when the band found their lagers devoid of lime, they changed the lyrics of Walked in Line to We Wanted Lime. The album tracks themselves are a strange mixture, for at that time the band were experiencing a metamorphosis. Classic songs like Shadow Play jostled for position against amateurish compositions like Novelty, which were written before each member of the band had discovered his own particular forte within the group's collective structure. Joy Division were unhappy with the recordings, realizing that they had moved on since beginning the project and had written new and more innovative songs. The three investors failed to recognize this and were disappointed with the band's lack of enthusiasm. The band were so desperate just to make a record that they had brushed aside their inexperience. Apart from the obvious complicated facets of the music industry, they had no knowledge of how to deal with businessmen. However, despite their displeasure with the work that had been done, the very fact that someone had paid for them to go into the studio appeared to kindle some interest from other sources. Terry Mason was still struggling to book gigs for the band. Very often, they played for free, and on some occasions, had to find the money to pay for use of the PA system. In the beginning, Sue Barlow, Bernard's girlfriend, and I would stand at the front of the stage trying to look like an army of fans. Very much the pariahs of the Manchester scene, the band became downhearted. It seemed to them that the Fall, capital F, only had to step out of the door to be offered a gig. Although Ian had spent a great deal of time trying to nurture his relationship with the Buzzcocks, the feeling among the band was that the only reason why Peter Shelley would stand next to Joy Division would be for protection if a fight was imminent. And then this chapter ends with a quote from Peter Hook. Most of the musicians in Manchester were very middle class, very educated. Like Howard Devoto, Barney and I were essentially working class oiks. Ian came somewhere in the middle, but primarily we had a different attitude. We felt like outsiders. It was very vicious and backbiting. I want to get into some technical talk about Nine Inch Nails and some gear that they were using in the early 90s from some magazine interviews that I found. And I will link the sources for yourself to check out in your own time if you'd like. But first, before the technical stuff, I want to read some really petty, entertaining stuff. Because all too often, genius, successful musicians are really diplomatic in interviews about what they like and don't like, and they don't tend to rock the boat very much. So I really appreciate it when somebody as learned and as practiced and as in control as Trent Reznor just goes off on stuff that he can't stand. So, this is some quotes from around 1990. In Britain, there's the Manchester scene, post Joy Division, Manchester, and there was having a big impact in the press. There's a lot of acid house influence in these bands that are sort of melding those kind of tones and beats and vibrations with their guitars and their vocals. And Stone Roses and Happy Mondays are sort of riding a big wave of popularity. Club culture and an almost jangly retro 60s kind of a guitar vibe sometimes, in a not terrible, I'll say just a not terribly modern guitar kind of way. Still noisy though in its own style. But what Trent was saying was we weren't easily categorizable as to what was happening in England at that time. The Manchester scene. The Stone Roses were God and EMF was Jesus Christ. Plus, the press didn't invent the trend that we were supposedly following. They're into dictating what's cool in America later. Here comes rave and house, but surprise them with something they're unfamiliar with and you catch them with their pants down. Plus, everyone was attacking me because the stage shows were some theatrical thing. When it came to, let's see. Yes, the psychedelic English retro kind of wave. I hate them all, Trent told Guitar Magazine. I don't know if I'm getting more selective or fickle or if there's just no substance whatsoever to those groups. And with regard to that whole Manchester dance bullshit scene, it just seems like a bunch of follow the leader people who can't write songs. Bands who have no talent, whose only merit is that they were in a club and at some point were seen by somebody in the English press. I find it all boring, much the same way that house music doesn't interest me either. And to encapsulate sort of the American side of the scene at the time when it comes to, mainstream rock, I think this is a nice little frame around it from Tommy Udo from the Nine Inch Nails Unauthorized Biography. In the U.S., however, despite a strong alternative sector spearheaded by Sonic Youth, Dinosaur Jr., and Pixies, with the Seattle scene kicking into full gear following the release of Nirvana's debut Bleach in 1989. And he points out, that at the exact same time, mainstream rock was dominated by, Poison, Warrant, Extreme, Bon Jovi, bands like that. And the idea that somebody like Reznor could be a major star when he lacked a curly bouffant, a set composed of excruciating power ballads and a bevy of half-naked rock chicks on his album cover seemed to be totally absurd. Like all revolutions, the change that was to come would be swift and brutal, and fortune would favor the bold. Fault lines were appearing, and rock music began to fragment. The influence of MTV cannot be overestimated. When Reznor was growing up, kids listened to what was on the radio, or on mainstream TV, or what was available at their local Walmart. But the advent of MTV, carried on cable and satellite, and its imitators, brought a whole new world to these small towns. Initially, MTV's agenda was Anglo bands whose videos they could play for free. Despite the fact that the likes of Michael Jackson and Madonna dominated the channel, many left-field artists who could not have gotten a look on in the mainstream rock radio started to break through via heavy rotation on MTV. This helped to chip away at the monolithic corporate rock edifice. Suddenly, kids in small towns like Mercer were hip to bands who were not stadium rock drones like Rat and Skid Row. This process, to some extent, has been accelerated by the spread of access to the World Wide Web. Got good old World Wide Web. So now I want to jump to an interview from 1994 by Greg Rule in Keyboard Magazine that has been sort of moved over and published in a book called Electroshock, Groundbreakers of Synth Music. It is a very substantial interview, and I'm not going to just read the whole thing. You can take a look at it via an archive.org link that I will include in the description. And I will kind of try to keep this on the rails here, because you can really dig into Trent's personality a lot and his working methodology a lot, I think, by reading the whole thing in its entirety. But I will try to keep it to just a few points that I wanted to bring up in a more sort of technical vein, but also, what kind of a process he has in the studio, at least around this time. They mention how, he basically was recording Broken in secret because he didn't want TVT to know he was working on a new record while trying to get out of his contract with them. That's a whole story of its own. And if I decide to cover it, I'll cover it on the Patreon, but it would take a long time, I think, to work it all out in this episode, and it wouldn't be as interesting to a lot of people who just kind of want to know more about the creative stuff rather than the businessy stuff and the lawyerly stuff. So they ask, why did you decide to make this record at home? And since we're talking 1994, we're referring to Downward Spiral. I wanted to fine-tune my engineering skills. That's one thing we've always lacked in the Nine Inch Nails inner circle. I figured if I had a studio around, I'd inevitably figure out how to do it. And also, for the first time, we had the resources to do something right. So we ended up buying a big console and a couple of Studer machines because it was cheaper than renting in the long run. The project took considerably longer than anticipated. What happened? We moved out here to LA on July 4th, 1992. What we thought would take X amount of time to get a studio set up ended up taking 3 times as long. As much as I enjoy equipment, fucking around with stuff, systems and all that, there came a point where the whole focus was just to get the thing working and then learn it. Eventually, I realized, okay, I'm sick of being in this room. Now it's time to write an album. So I started writing, and by Christmas, I had about 4 songs that I thought were decent. Were there many gear snafus or other problems associated with working at home? There were a couple of pieces of gear crucial to the way the studio worked up at the house. One of them was a Timeline Micro Lynx synchronizer. It syncs the 2 Studers. Digidesign Pro Tools and everything. To be honest, it didn't work. 10 times a day, we'd have to turn it off, unplug every cable, plug them back in, turn it back on, call the company and say, guess what? It doesn't work. Wow, it's like me with Libs and podcast hosting for the last 5 fucking days. And I can't get my heavy metal episode uploaded. That's why I've been focusing on the Patreon so much the last few days. Let's see. Then there are many times I thought, am I the only person in the world who's ever tried to hook these 2 pieces of gear that say they work together? So between that and the terrible automation on the AMEK board, AMEK, that we had, things would grind to a halt. I cannot tolerate equipment fucking up when you're trying to write a song, when you're on a roll, when you're in a studio and something breaks, commercial studio, someone is usually there to fix it. When you're in a house, you're lying on your back under the board, scratching your head, trying to figure out what the fuck. I mean, we can get people, but it might mean 5 hours of waiting around. One danger when having a full studio in your house is, what do you focus on? I could spend and have spent a month just sampling things. So now when it comes time to pull up a drum bank, it's all cool sounds that I've created rather than leftovers from things I've used before. We spent a lot of time sampling and processing the sounds through different things. That way, when the actual writing and arranging moment came, when you went to reach out for that bank of sounds, they were inspiring instead of, fuck, I'm in the middle of writing a song, but I should really spend a couple of days getting all new Oberheim sounds. What were some of the things you sampled? My assistant, Chris Verena, probably went through 3,000 movies, listening to them without watching them. Not to find the cliche spoken dialogue sample, but just to hear sounds. He'd throw them on a DAT, and I'd listen to them. DAT recorder was the tech of the time. I'm not smart enough to explain exactly what a DAT machine is, but it's pretty standard studio gear, high quality sound recording stuff. I didn't know where they came from. And that's cool. So he'd just hear stuff that sounded cool and not know the context. That's great. I'd cut them up into little segments and then process them further through TurboSynth or whatever. We compiled almost 10 optical discs of things like that. We'd do a new song. Okay, what's the mood? It's grim. We'd put up a bank, find a sound, and set it aside. Another thing I did was a guy came to tune our studio, and he had one of those real-time frequency noise generator things. So I sampled it. I think there's something strangely musical about noise. You take a high frequency and pitch it way down to where it's aliasing, you've got a pretty cool thing. You layer that into the mix, and suddenly it becomes thicker, even though sometimes you can't necessarily hear it. A song like Mr. Self-Destruct, obviously you're going to hear it. It sounds like a vacuum cleaner running through the whole thing. But a lot of times it just thickens things up without being noticed as, oh, he's layering some noise in there. Let's get into the components of the record. Your drum tracks sound like a mixture of machines, samples, and maybe a bit of live drumming. Everything was programmed. My idea of a drum is a button on a drum machine, which is a great quote, and it's funny, but that's also why you're totally screwed in the studio when things don't work right, Trent. When I hear a real drum kit, when someone hits a kick drum, it doesn't sound to me like what I think a kick drum is. Anytime I've been faced with, let's try miking up the drums, well, you put a mic up close, you put another one here, 300 mics, gates, bullshit, overheads, bring them up and listen to it, and it doesn't sound at all like it did in the room. It sounds like a record-sounding drum kit. It doesn't sound like being in the room with live ringy drums. You read these interviews where producers will say, it sounds like you're in the room with the band. No, it doesn't. Nirvana's record doesn't sound like you're in the room with them. It might sound sloppy, and it sounds interesting, but it's not what it sounds like in the room, to me anyway. I'm screenshotting that right now. Oh, Jesus, that's great. I think that the current day reference would be In Utero. That was the whole point of the sound of the production on In Utero, was it was supposed to be more real than Nevermind, which was heavily layered and heavily, produced by Butch Vig. And In Utero, the sound of it was a reaction to that. It was more room sound. It was more noisy and more sloppy by comparison. So let's see. Oh, so we're experimenting with just 2 mics, PZMs usually. We ended up taking a drum kit into about 25 different rooms, from sneaking into live rooms at A&M studios to bathrooms to living rooms to a garage outdoors. We didn't close mic anything, just put mics in the same position about the same distance away from the drums, then hit each drum at several velocities and recorded them into a DAT machine. Then we sampled them all in stereo with velocity splitting on the Akai S1100s. I noticed that when you sat down and played those on a keyboard, they sounded exactly the way they did in the room. Shitty, ringy, you know. When I programmed them, and even when they were perfectly quantized, they didn't sound like a drum machine. And that, in itself, lent a strange, unexpected vibe to the thing. So on a few songs, we used that. I purposely made the drum programming very rigid so that maybe someone will listen to it and think, is that a machine? Nah, it can't be. No machine sounds that shitty. I like the idea of hearing a record and thinking, that's bass, guitar, and drums. And then upon further inspection, wait a second, that's not what it appears to be. So that was one thing we did. And then sometimes it was cool to say, well, let's see what those drums would sound like in the bathroom. So we'd load a different disc and use it with the same sequence. Did you use drum machines? Well, we sampled a Roland TR-808, as you have to these days. I try to avoid using it, but there's just something about that low end. It's hard to beat for that great low 808 kick. Actually, for closer, we sampled the kick drum off an old Iggy Pop record, Nightclubbing, off Idiot. Most everything was sampled, but I did use a Roland R70 just because I wanted something that was a drum machine. I ended up being pretty impressed with the sounds, although they're somewhat generic sounding. Good idea, but terrible operating system. Toward the end of the song Piggy, it sounds very much like live drumming. Okay, I confess that one thing was live. For that part, I had a rigid, weird 16th note pattern going. A kit was set up in the dining room, and I was playing along, fucking around, testing out the drums. I'd go in the other room, start the machine, run back in, put the headphones on, and play along. I couldn't hear it very good, and I was way out of meter. So I just played as insanely as I could so I could hear how the drums were going to sound on tape. When I listened back, I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. Someday I'll come back and fix it. And of course, I never did. That was it. That was the final take. A lot of what I do is accidental. I luck into things. And I think that due to laziness, not coming back and fixing things, they end up becoming more interesting. My instinct is to repair, edit. I'll get to it later, but then I'll get so used to hearing it, I'll end up leaving it alone. And then talk about recording to hard disk. He used Opcode's Studio Vision all the time now for sequencing. But because he says he records to the computer first. All the guitars I played were cut up and put together. Did you mic guitar cabinets or go direct? I never mic cabinets. I've tried it, but I just don't like the sound that much versus going direct or through amp simulators. Broken, for example, had a lot of that super thick chunk sound. Almost every guitar sound on that record was me playing through an old Zoom pedal direct and then going into turbo synth. Then I used a couple of key ingredients to make it sound unlike any real sound in the world, and then layered about 4 of them together. By then, it wasn't a guitar anymore. It was an awesome sound. There's a ton more technical discussion. I'll let you go check it out yourself. DAT, Zoom, EQ window, blah, blah, blah. For Mr. Self-Destruct, we ran the whole mix through some old Neve mic pre's, a couple of channels of an old board. Those have great distortion. They're what I use for vocal distortion on almost everything. Those and the Zoom, which has a great ring modulator. That's interesting. Okay. Because Zoom pedal, Zoom now I think is sort of famous for being this ubiquitous like field recorder for podcasters with great microphone sound for not very much money. And I've used it on a lot of the guitar demos you hear as interstitial music is recorded the newer Zoom handheld stereo mics on that little dealy bob. But Zoom in the 90s was just this plastic guitar box, this little pedal that you plugged your guitar into with like 2 pads that you would step on and a digital like almost like a digital like alarm clock screen that you would scroll through the menu and pick out guitar effects and distortion sounds. And they didn't really take off. Like they didn't get a reputation for being terribly useful live, but I think they were probably great but misunderstood by guitarists at the time that could afford them. And that's kind of that seems to be a trend lately on some YouTube videos of guitar pedal companies or guitarists going back to find stuff that like maybe Digitech made in the 90s that was overlooked and underutilized and just was too far ahead of its time. You know, the distortion factory pedal. Every time a company like JHS does a video about this kind of stuff, all of a sudden the prices on these things triple overnight on Reverb.com and everyone gets pissed. So maybe the time is coming for Zoom. You know, like this is the thing that made Trent Reznor's vocals sound the way they did with this special ring modulator. Anyway, he says, those in the Zoom, which has a great ring modulator. I will say, though, that vocal distortion has become an incredibly cliche thing these days. It's become overused and uninteresting, but I think there are varying degrees of blending it in or different effects that can come across. I want people to hear what I'm saying, but then again, I'm not interested in the great Phil Collins vocal sound. Maybe it's because I'm insecure about my own vocals. I don't know, but it's my record, and I'm going to make it sound shitty if I want to. Here's what I think is also a really great bit. You mentioned having difficulty with your synchronizer. Did you have any similar problems keeping your synths, samplers, and hard disk tracks in line? Not too much, really. Studio Vision was great. Very few hassles keeping stuff together in that respect. But we were not too anal about, if something is happening, we'll try to work around it. We'll figure out how to fix it later. We do a lot of stuff really sloppy on certain levels. On other levels, it's very laboratory-like as an environment. But problems? Sometimes I'd be in the studio and discover, why are all the vocals I've recorded suddenly in the wrong pitch and out of sync? Then you realize the tape calibration somehow got turned on in Studio Vision. Some mysterious element that changed the pitch and tempo of the sequence, and it's gone. You'll never get it back at that point. You can diddle around with equations, pitch shift everything down, slow it down to X amount, forget it. Go have a beer, come back the next day, and start over. What was it like working with Flood? Flood is an awesome guy, the best programmer I've ever been around in my life. Side note for me, Flood is, in high school, I had some close friends that got me into Depeche Mode, even though we're talking like 1994. Which is well after their sort of star had fallen. Like they were the band that was beloved by the kids that were old enough to be our babysitters, not so much us in high school back then when everyone just had, Stone Temple Pilots in their car. But we would listen to the remixes of the newer stuff, all the stuff from Faith and Devotion. I still love that whole album front to back. I love Violator. I don't know, not that you care, not that you asked. Black Celebration all the way through Ultra, I think is sort of my era of Depeche Mode stuff. But this was a time when if you played a disc in your car, a compact disc, so for a lot of us, it was in a Walkman, or what do they call it? The Discman, some version of a portable CD player that's stuck to your dashboard with Velcro and coming out of a little cable that's stuck to an adapter in the shape of a cassette tape that you put into your tape player because your car is from the 80s. And or even if it was from the 90s, they still came stock with cassette players in those days. So we would go over bumps in this car that was owned by my friend, and the joke was they would shout. I wasn't there when it first happened. I caught on after they explained it to me, but you hit bumps and the CD skips, and they would yell "High Water Remix." And the joke was that, because Flood had done all these Depeche Mode remixes for years, this was an organic remix that happened in this little Ford sedan with the Discman getting rattled, and that was the remix you get when you couldn't afford Flood. You got his shitty younger brother, High Water. I still think that's very funny and very inventive on the part of those two old friends of mine that I haven't seen in a million years. Big falling out, high school shit. I don't know where they are today, and I don't care, but they were very, very clever. Let's see. Flood's an awesome guy, the best programmer I've ever been around in my life. You tend to work a certain way, which is very methodical. Chisel away. The completion of your record is so far away, don't even think about it. Just think about the completion of this hi-hat program. Then I read where Nirvana recorded and mixed an album in 2 weeks, and I'm going, fuck, this is going to sell a lot more than mine. There's got to be some balancing. So the next record I'm going to do is going to be one that's a lot more spontaneous, one that better hides the horrors of technology, which can bog you down to a crawl. Many a time I've been sitting in front of an Akai with its ridiculous archaic operating system trying to put these 400 samples into this key group, and why am I doing this? This is stupid. Why haven't I hired someone to do this for me yet? That's another thing that led to the delay in getting this record out. Getting bogged down in the studio. There are 40 things I could do right now. I could write a song, which is the most important, or I could sample drums, or I could try EQing this, or programming that, and so on. It's lacking the discipline and focus to say, forget all the fun stuff. I'm going to sit down and write a song. There's so much more to this article and this interview. And then when it's done, he tacks on many, many, many pages of a second interview that happened a year and a half after this one. And it's probably it's the best thing I could find for a real look into Trent Reznor's sort of mind and mentality when it comes to how he does what he does. So check it out. Look for the link. It's the book Electroshock: Groundbreakers of Synth Music by Greg Rule from 1999. All right, for this portion, I'm going to review some notes of mine from, I believe, around a year ago, when I sat down and watched on the same weekend, according to my memory, both physical copies of The Crow on digital versatile disc and Blu-ray disc that feature different commentaries on them. Now, I had a bit of a shock recently at my local library because there is what looks like a modern offering of the physical disc in a DVD format that looks just like my Blu-ray. A Blu-ray that I bought specifically because there was one thing different about it compared to the old Miramax Dimension Collector's Series DVD that came out in the 90s. So let me explain. When I was starting to build up some, research and info and notes about, the making of The Crow, the death of Brandon Lee, all that stuff for this episode, a while back, the normal, easy to afford, modern day physical media that was available to purchase online was this Blu-ray with ultraviolet digital HD downloadable version. And it features a lot of the same stuff that was in, older DVDs, normal older DVDs, extended scenes, deleted footage montage, poster concepts, storyboards, theatrical trailer, profile of James O'Barr. Okay? Great. Behind the scenes featurette. Great. Got it. That's been out for a long time. But audio commentary by director Alex Proyas. Now that's new. That is new. Then I compared it online with what I could find from the old, the version that everyone I knew in high school and community college had. The huge hulking plastic, 2-disc set with the big old divider in the middle. Dimension Films, Miramax Collector's Series. Bonus materials, behind the scenes featurette, once again. Profile of James O'Barr, extended scenes, deleted footage montage, original poster concept. And then it has, the storyboards. It has production stills. Then there's a French language track, Spanish subtitles, and a DVD-ROM, children. Devil's Night Retribution trivia game, enhanced playback track, screenplay viewer, and web links. Links to the web, children. And then some specs as far as the sound and the widescreen, ratio, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if I could even engage the DVD CD-ROM. I bought a little $20 external, C drive. to rip stuff from the library into my computer lately because there's a lot of good rock and roll books on audio that I can yoink in there, or certain old DVDs at the library of rock and roll movies that I can yoink onto my hard drive because I spent $20 on this little external drive that I plug in. So I haven't tried it as a CD-ROM. I don't think it works as a CD-ROM. If you think it's funny to make jokes about having a DVD player in the side of your computer, you know, on certain Macs and stuff that are already old, yeah. CD-ROMs, kids. In the 90s, we had bands that were scrambling to provide us with extra content on their compact discs. I want to say it was Primus was one of the forerunners of that whole technology of like actually having a music video on the disc that you bought or some other fun visual wackiness. But to round out the bonus materials on this Dimension Collectors series, feature commentary with not Alex Proyas. This is the original one. Producer Jeff Most and screenwriter John Shirley. Now, I alluded earlier to a surprise at my local library. The surprise was picking up a DVD they had. I just saw it on the shelf, and it looked like my Blu-ray release, right? Flipped it over. Everything, as far as the special features, was the same, except audio commentary was not Alex. Audio commentary was flipped back. It was returned to the producer, Jeff Most, and screenwriter, John Shirley. I don't know if Alex Proyas had a contract that had a short term as far as how many editions they would produce of his commentary or what. I don't know. I don't know if it came out and somebody in charge of the original set, you know, the original release said, no. The contract states that the producer and screenwriter are the ones that are going to be the only commentary on the thing. I have no idea. If you know, please call in now. And by call in now, I mean email me at justtheworstever@gmail.com, for crying out loud. Definitely don't leave a comment in the links below or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. If you leave it on YouTube, I'll get a notification and I'll see it. But please, if anyone knows what the story is there, I will do another 7 hours on the politics behind the crow. The releases, the posthumous releases after everything was done and finished and ground into the dirt, and after the 3 sequels and the Canadian TV show. There's a Canadian TV show, by the way. I hope James O'Barr is making money off of that. And if you ever met him and he was a weird guy to you, I will not argue about it. I'm not saying he's a saint. I'm just saying creators that made something good that other people make cajillions of dollars off of deserve whatever money they can get. That's all. I'm not saying creators are all good people, for crying out loud. So I say all this to set up this section of the episode where I'm going to go through my notes that I took that weekend, that I watched the movie twice and took down my observations listening to both sets of commentary. They were recorded many, many years apart, and it is definitely, the things that are said in the commentaries are sort of indicative of that. So let's start with the producer commentary, Jeff Most, writer commentary, John Shirley, on the original Miramax huge plastic container that everyone like me that was a teenager in the 90s had, or had friends that had, and it would look just like all of our, Clerks animated series set as well. Maybe a couple of other Kevin Smith movies. These are all bullet points. So if I don't remember the context in which I wrote them, tough shit. Go buy the DVDs used on halfpricebooks.com or eBay and watch them yourself. So let's see. I believe this is a reference to something John Shirley said. He brought in the real estate land grab idea with Top Dollar, part of the concept of the story where, Eric and Shelley are getting, intimidated and threatened to move out. Everyone else has moved out of the building but them. They want to stay there. Because he has experienced this in New York City in the early 80s. He made Eric and Shelley the characters in opposition to the land developers. They have had their heat shut off. They've had their water shut off, etc. They know they're pissing off people by staying there. I had a note in here about Fun Boy being kind of modeled after Iggy Pop in the comics. And the actor that played the part was a trained New York City, stage and screen actor, not an LA guy. So he also ends up being a police officer in the movie CBGB, which I swear to God I'll get to eventually. Another one that I meant to do within the first 3 to 6 months of creating this podcast, and I have extensive notes on, but has changed multiple times as far as my approach to it. That poor guy had to deal with a lot of trauma for a long time, having been the guy who pulled the trigger of the gun that killed Brandon Lee. And he disappeared for quite a while. I don't remember if this is my note or a note from the commentary. Someone said that the little girl, Sarah, is a parallel to the little girl in Frankenstein. The crow, the bird, seems to be replacement for the skull cowboy. Again, something I don't know if that's directly from their words or my thoughts. Sorry, folks. The change of Eric Draven to a rock musician. He was, I believe, just like a basic. In the commentary, they say something about him being like a basic like maintenance guy. Not originally in the story, not a musician, and they also make him more pure-hearted and not successful entirely in this in a huge sense, but it was Jeff's idea. As far as that transition from the comic to this character, or that's what they said. But I personally, my note was, I think the film benefits from this. I agree with myself from a year ago. I have a note. The change happened early enough that O'Barr had to let the filmmakers know he just couldn't change Eric to a guitarist at that late a date. So he couldn't change the trajectory of the comic book while they were making these changes in the screenplay. Eric's last name, I guess, comes from the movie. He was Eric D in the comics. Eric Draven was their addition. Eric D. Raven. Get it? Because it's a crow, but a crow is not a raven, but whatever. Makes you think of the same thing. There's I note for myself, the cat noise used in the flashback scene is unnerving now because it's so overused on YouTube and in cartoons as a piece of public domain soundbite history that probably comes with video editing software for the past 20 years. I have a note that Jeff seems very thoughtful and conscientious about this whole creation and the process. James O'Barr, in one scene, is a looter that steals a TV while Ernie Hudson holds a gun on Eric Draven. Clarence, the angel in It's a Wonderful Life. That might be a note that went nowhere. I've not finished that thought when I wrote it down. Michael Wincott, the villain, had done talk radio with Ed Pressman, Jeff Most's producing partner. There we go. And he played the sheriff of Nottingham in Robin Hood. Turns out he improvised a lot of his lines and the whole vibe of his character, Top Dollar, in this movie. They promised James O'Barr they would keep the white cat in. That was important to him. That it would be a white cat that was in these scenes of Shelley and Eric's flashbacks. They hired a guitar teacher for Brandon Lee. And when you see, Eric playing guitar and it zooms in on his hands, he's the person whose hands you're actually seeing when they start flying really fast. The main stunt bird used in The Crow the most consistently filmed bird is named Magic. And he's the lead, basically, of the whole group of birds that they had, and was used in all 3 Crow films in the trilogy, such as it was. A note about Julian Temple being the first choice to direct, but Proyas had a great reel of commercials and music videos. Proyas was darker and had more of a film noir feel to him. If you want to know about Julian Temple, he has done a ton of great stuff. I mean, mostly music-oriented stuff. I mean, he did the great Rock and Roll Swindle, Sex Pistols movie from Malcolm McLaren in 1979, but he also did, working closely with the band, he did the revised documentary, The Filth and the Fury, with the Sex Pistols. When the Sex Pistols sued Malcolm McLaren and got that footage back for themselves, and then took some of that footage and then added their own interviews. Then he did a UK subs production called Punk Can Take It in 1979. He did a ton of little movies. He also ended up doing Earth Girls Are Easy. He did Stones at the Max, which was an IMAX movie in 1991 that was a great, big, huge deal back then. Like the Rolling Stones concert. If you can't go see them, you can go watch them in the movie theater, and it's going to sound amazing. He did Joe Strummer, The Future's Unwritten in 2007. He did Requiem for Detroit, Ray Davies, Imaginary Man, Dave Davies, Kingdom Come, Clash, New Year's Day, 1977, Crock of Gold, the Shane MacGowan documentary. There's a ton of stuff. He did videos for God Save the Queen in 1977, the Sid Vicious My Way video. He did Hey, Hey, My My, Into the Black with Neil Young. He did Breaking the Law and Living After Midnight with Judas Priest. That's him directing. He did Don't Go, Hot Rockin', Heading Out to the Highway. He did Rock This Town, Stray Cat Strut by the Stray Cats. He did Predictable by the Kinks. I know I'm wearing you out right now, but looks like before Anton Corbijn, got a hold of Depeche Mode, he did 3 videos for them in 1982. See You, The Meaning of Love, and Leave in Silence. He did Come On Eileen by Dexys Midnight Runners. God damn it. You got Another Thing Coming. Free Wheel Burning by Judas Priest. Under Cover of Night by the Rolling Stones. That is a cinematic as hell video. That's a long one. That's a deep cut for a Rolling Stones tune that had a professional MTV music video. That's still a deep cut and a weird, great song. It's great guitar sort of riffing that just responds to the empty spaces in the verses there. And I don't know, man. Mick Jagger just thinks he's going to be Bob Dylan for a little while in that one. You're a fan of goth music and that's why you clicked on this. You're so pissed off at me right now. I'm sorry. But he did Smooth Operator by Sade. Come on. How many people are, Jesus Christ, got born because of that song and possibly that video? Anyway, he did Janet Jackson, Bowie. He did Kenny Rogers, Tin Machine, Tom Petty, Free Fallin'. Oh, dude, that's forever etched in my brain when I first got MTV. Good Lord. I mean, Alan Jackson, Bryan Adams, more Stones, more Tom Petty, Learning to Fly, Into the Great Wide Open. Come on. Me Fi Me. That's for the 3 Me Fi Me fans out there. I'm sure in the course of the next 10 years, maybe, if this podcast never goes away, even if I stop doing it, it's still out there somewhere. At least 3 people listening to this will know who Me Fi Me was, for crying out loud. Anyhow, okay, I'll calm down. Duran Duran, Enigma, Paul McCartney. He's done a million things. So he did the Come Undone video for Duran Duran. Jesus. All right. So that's Julian Temple, the guy that didn't direct this movie. I'm sorry. I can't stop myself. This is how I operate. I understand that a lot of you might have, this is the first episode or second episode of this show that you've listened to, but this is how it goes. This is why I have a Patreon now, because I have so many extraneous little sidebar things to get into that I can't cram into shows like this. I just can't. And they're so interesting and I love it so much. I love doing the whole connecting the dots, the Pepe Sylvia, the strings of red yarn over the map, and like, this is the guy that, was a guitar tech for Josh Homme, was a touring tech for the Screaming Trees for a while before he formed Queens of the Stone Age after Caius broke up. And then anyways, the next note I have in this list of observations from this commentary is no reference to the Henry Esmond quote, implied authorship to the script. And what I'm referring to is Mother. Where is it? Let me find it. I wrote it. I have it down. In this file. I want to quote it correctly. Here we go. Mother is the name for God, the lips and hearts of little children. Quote attributed, according to my research, to Henry Esmond. The guys in the commentary don't have that reference. They're just like, oh, that was a great one. That was a great line. Like they kind of imply that whoever wrote the script was the contributor to that. So what are you gonna do? It just reminds me. It stuck out because I think I probably had recently watched the Red Letter Media Mr. Plinkett review of Ghostbusters 2016, where he posts audio in his review of the writer and director reacting to, because they didn't write much dialogue. They just, I know you don't care. It's movies shit. It's more bullshit that people that make movies now do, that the kind of stuff that makes me laugh. It's Paul Feig and whatever the lady was who wrote the movie. They didn't write lots of the dialogue. They just had the actors improv most of that film, and they shot 80 billion hours of footage. And there's a part where the very talented, gotta remember her name, Kate McKinnon, does a come out wherever you are, a reference to Wizard of Oz. And neither of the people doing the commentary who get paid to make movies get the reference. They don't, oh yeah, it's some old Broadway thing, I think is what they say. Anyhow, this isn't offensive on that level by comparison at all. Okay, so there's a note I have here in a reference to the Skull Cowboy. Skull Cowboy is a character that was cut out of the film. He was in the original story in the comic book graphic novel, and he's the voice that tells Eric Draven that the longer he stays to mingle with the living, the more he risks losing his chance to reunite with Shelley. This is part of why he is getting weaker as the movie goes on. The film implies that only the wounding of the crow to be this catalyst, right? I have some extra notes elsewhere in my little files that says the Skull Cowboy would have appeared in a handful of scenes in The Crow, explaining to Eric that he's been allowed to return to seek vengeance on his killers, but he's not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the living. In the final act, when Eric's young friend Sarah has been kidnapped by the villain Top Dollar and taken hostage in a church, the cowboy appears to warn him away. Eric's already killed those responsible for his murder, and the cowboy suggests he himself was cursed to walk the earth forever after disobeying the rules. Eric ignores him, and the cowboy disappears, but strips Eric of his invulnerability. The Skull Cowboy was cut partly because Brandon Lee hadn't completed all the scenes involving the character, and because director Alex Proyas ultimately felt he was cheesy. His main function was to deliver exposition, but it was felt the audience understood most of the rules anyway, and Sarah's opening narration was used to explain the function of the crow. That takes the place of the Skull Cowboy's introduction, while Eric's vulnerability in the finale is explained by Top Dollar's henchman, Grange, Tony Todd from Candyman, wounding Eric's crow, the source of his powers. So this character, Skull Cowboy, it does sound silly. It looks great in the comic book. It's like a skeleton kid. You know, in the era where Ghost Rider was just doing huge numbers in the comic book sales, you know. You wouldn't know that by having watched the movie adaptations of Ghost Rider necessarily, but man, the Ghost Rider was so cool when I was 13 years old and a young person. It was very effective, the imagery. And Skull Cowboy was not, I don't think, a take on that, but Ghost Rider had been around since the 70s. It had been gone for a long time. So by the time that the Crow was being created by James O'Barr, Ghost Rider was not in publication. It was off, you know, in the graveyard, such as it was, and would be revived around 1991 or 92, I believe, when I started reading the thing. But in the book, it's just like a cowboy with, you know, cowboy hat and duster and guns and a skull under the hat. It's not a character that runs around and, you know, does superhero bullshit. He just appears now and then and tries to counsel Eric and point him in the direction he needs to go. And he's the, you know, spiritually and supernaturally, the Skull Cowboy is like working for the man, you know, and he's almost an echo, I would say, of Marley in Christmas Carol, Jacob Marley, saying, you know, I thought the way you thought in life, and I forged my own chains with my decisions and my actions. Don't do what I did. I'm here to tell you. And I think as a plot device, I like it a lot, and as a visual, I like it a lot. But the little bits and pieces I saw, and the little bit of footage, you know, and the stills, yeah, I can see how, if you're in charge of the whole movie, it's a bit too corny. I could see that for sure. And a sad note for me, Michael Berryman was playing the Skull Cowboy. Big, imposing guy that's been in a ton of movies and music videos and all kinds of cool sci-fi and horror stuff over the years. He's at every sci-fi convention and comic book convention, I'm sure, making money, selling autographed pictures of himself from Hills Have Eyes and Devil's Rejects and that Motley Crue video for Smoking in the Boys Room, maybe. And I think he's in Weird Science, too, as one of the crazy bikers at the end. I didn't have cable in the 80s, so I didn't really see that movie ever all the way through. Someday, maybe. But then the rest of my notes say, let's see, Robert Smith wrote his song for the movie, so they mention it in this commentary. Oh, yeah. Many artists did. Oh, that's right. This part. I forgot about this. This is so great. They take credit for the soundtrack. What was it? Yeah, they say many artists wrote their songs, contributed these original songs for the Crow sound. STP, Rage, My Life with Thrill Cult, Machines of Loving Grace, etc. No, they had them laying around. They had songs laying around from their album they've already released, or they were B-sides that they didn't put on the main album or whatever. I mean, the Nine Inch Nails example, obviously, the reason why I'm doing the 2 episodes on Nine Inch Nails is because he did record a cover of Joy Division specifically for this. I mean, Rage Against the Machine, they just revived an old song from I think Zach De La Rocha's previous band. And it sounds great. I fucking love it. It's actually, to me, it's all the best of Rage Against the Machine in one little song. Oh, so good. The producer, I wrote, producer takes credit for alt-rock soundtracks of unreleased songs at the time. The first one to do it. And I wrote, in parentheses, singles, ? Yeah, everyone was doing this. Everyone was doing this at the time. You weren't the first at all to do this, and a lot of those bands did not write a song for you and your soundtrack, but whatever. I wrote that Hong Kong cinema was a big visual influence, but Brandon prevented the filmmakers from directing the character into a martial arts fighter. keeping him true to O'Barr's vision of him moving like a dancer. And then my own note there was this comes up in like Desperado. Rodriguez said very specifically, and obviously, I mean, when I say Desperado, that's shorthand for El Mariachi, Desperado, and Once Upon a Time in Mexico. His action hero would fight like a dancer and be elegant. This idea has sadly never been built upon by other film directors making action movies since, parentheses, that my ignorant ass has seen, or if nothing else, it has not caught on. Obviously, I mean that in a way addressing American and mainstream action films that I have seen. There could be some wonderful examples that I have missed, and I would love to know about them. Please tell me. Last note about this commentary track does not mention Brandon's death until the very end when he's wrapping up. And then Alex Proyas commentary notes. First one. Alex comes in hot. That's in all caps. Hot. Not hot, 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 but hot. Saying he's here to dispel some myths. The time has come to honor Brandon's memory by returning the story to reality. Right there. Maybe this is an indication of why his director's commentary no longer featured on the current product. I don't know. Intro shot. Looks like miniatures, which it is, but he's okay with it, he says. A lot of images are projected into the miniature for these shots. He relates this to his early writing, to the early Dark City writing, because he directed Dark City as well. The difference in commentaries, I note, indicated their time of recording. One is pre-social media, one is post. Alex's commentary is very self-centered in places, and I mean that in a transparent, non-judgmental way. He talks about Dark City a few times and his opinions on things like humanity trying to live within cities, things that aren't specific to this film at all. Like some things that he gets fired up talking about, like things that he wants to, themes that he likes to express in his films. The Crow's leather coat is their attempt at replicating something like Batman's cape for the modern day. Brandon, in the scenes where you see him, his whole body walking around, he wrapped his own duct tape around himself in the scenes, where you see that, because he knew it wouldn't look right or curve correctly if another person, a wardrobe person, did it from their angle. Cool. So here's a little thing. Ravens are more trainable than crows, so many of the shots you see of the birds are actually ravens and not crows. Many green screen shots are used and imposed on miniature shots with fans blowing air at them so that the birds will hover as opposed to flapping. They're kind of like they're soar, or like sometimes they'll soar, sometimes they'll hover in place. If they're sort of like in front of a green screen and there's air blowing at them, they're easier to film as opposed to, let's just let them fly around the warehouse. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. I got Alex wonders why the white cat is in the movie. That's so funny. Yeah, it's a good thing I took the notes on the first one before this. Alex claims the splatterpunk guy, Shao, was great with the one-liners in the film. In the making of the book, someone says the whole script is Alex's. Oh, in the making of book, pardon me, sorry. Someone says the whole script is Alex's. Alex makes a point about needing to get Eliza's permission to continue with the film. And that's all I got for Alex. Like I said, go find a copy of the DVD Blu-ray if you want to hear the whole thing. I think I probably was really entertained by what he was saying, and he wasn't getting into as much detail because he's just one person remembering these things from like a couple decades later, as opposed to the other two guys who were still fresh. And it was like, this is an era where you might be recording commentary for the Laserdisc as well as the DVD. I'm not quite sure. But people tended to think in the early 90s that like once you do a director's or producer's, writer's commentary on a film or a film historian's commentary, that's it. Like, you've just done a digital version of the movie. No one's ever going to buy a version of the movie without your commentary. So, they came prepared with lots of notes and lots of things to talk. They weren't just like, off the top of their head, just go, oh, do you remember this day? The catering and the croissants and the bagels. I don't like bagels, but, maybe everything bagel if you toast it just right. They didn't do that back in those days. Not that they do that now. They don't do any commentaries now, obviously. But then my notes watching the movie, while recording my notes about the commentaries. Number 1, sad prostitute lady from Unforgiven. If you've watched Unforgiven a million times like I have, you know who I'm talking about. She's in the very first scene of the film, Unforgiven. And she's Sarah's mother in this. Something that this brought up, the whole flame, crow in the street at the scene of the crime. I wrote, Mark Steven Johnson's ripoff in Daredevil makes no sense other than it looks cool. It also has a final showdown in a church, by the way, but that could be more Kevin Smith's doing with the Guardian Devil storyline. So what this is a reference to is that, going back to Ghost Rider, the guy that made the first Ghost Rider movie also made the first Daredevil movie, which is the only Daredevil movie, I guess, from 2003. I have the movie. I've listened to his commentary. He's like, yeah, he did this thing where Joey Pantoliano's character throws a match on the ground and it lights up flames with 2 D's, the letter D for Daredevil. Even though Daredevil wouldn't really do that, I don't think, because he thought it was a cool homage to The Crow. And we're talking about it's only been 9 years since The Crow came out. So he's just trying to do a cool thing someone else did better in a way that made more sense when they did it. And he's trying to take it for himself. But in the commentary, he's giving credit where credit's due. Oh, God, he's such a bad director when it comes to that stuff. I don't know if he's done some good stuff. Maybe he has, Mark Steven Johnson, but Jesus Christ. And the church showdown thing happened in the comic books with Daredevil and with, well, actually, it's been too long since I read the Crow book, the original first story. So I don't know if that actually ends in a fight in a church. I'd be inclined to believe that the movie did the church showdown. But whatever, Guardian Devil, Kevin Smith's story with that church showdown came out well after this movie. I wrote, James O'Barr's approach to people's faces is much more human than many comic book artists. Different characters look like different people with different facial structures. Sounds silly? I can tell you with great certainty that the people that are held up as the best and most influential comic artist heroes of the last 40 years generally have 1 or maybe 2 human face structures in their brains. I don't know why this is, but people like O'Barr and artists like that ended up drawing. Oh, and I put a little in the middle of that. I wrote the Sandman or 80s Swamp Thing. Your Rick Veitches of the world. People who have texture in the face and changing expressions. They don't draw lots of spaceships with lots, all the lines and all the tech and all the, huge detailed buildings. And by comparison, the ones who do, the Jim Lees of the world, you could change the color scheme for their X-Men or Batman characters, and they'd all look interchangeable. Note about the film, I love that it's solidifying the table full of bad guys trope with a big meeting. Call in and tell me if I'm wrong. Right before the Crow takes them all out. Yeah, that's a big comic book thing. Get all the bad guys together in a boardroom or a dining room table or something like that, and just take a bunch of guys out at once. I wrote, created by O'Barr in the book and done very well in the scene on Devil's Night. Are we having fun or what speech was mostly improvised by Wincott. Prominently featured in that scene, the stunt coordinator for the film. The cop at the end with acne scars. Who is that guy? He looks like the diehard FBI dude and the Goonies dude. I'll leave that to you to figure out. The filmmaker's reference point at this time in the biz are movies like Batman and Dick Tracy. This deal was signed before 1990, remember. This movie bridges the goth gap between the commercialization of The Cure and then the commercialization of Marilyn Manson. I think this is a nice musical window where things had potential to go in many directions. Brandon was the only actor approached for the role. Others were considered but not contacted. Johnny Depp, Christian Slater, River Phoenix. The rings being blasted out of the shotgun in the pawn shop scene. I remember seeing this in one of the later Resident Evil movies where Alice does this with coins. Paul W.S. Anderson. Is it him? Or is it Paul Thomas Anderson? I forget. The guy who plays T-Bird played the Warriors Come Out to Play guy. Iggy Pop wasn't in this movie, even though he was the model for some of, a couple of characters. But he was in either Deep Space Nine or Star Trek Voyager in an episode or two. Tintin, the character, was almost given to Lenny Kravitz. And then the character of Shelley, played by Canadian pop singer Sophia Shinas. Couple of notes about how Fun Boy was drawn originally as Iggy Pop combined with Jim Carroll, and Eric was Peter Murphy's face on Iggy Pop's body. I have more notes. We'll talk about them later. As we've noted earlier, with the production of Joy Division's first full-length album, Unknown Pleasures, there was a lot of use of the Marshall time modulator to suppress guitars and other instruments. Drummer Stephen Morris talked about how, he'd lay into the toms, really heavily on his playing and the riffing and the rolls and the pounding and stuff. And this machine that they hated, that their producer just adored, would just squish it, just squish all the waveforms and make it sound like he's banging on coconuts instead. So if Joy Division had their way, it would have sounded like a punk record. But the producer decided he was going to intervene and create something totally different from what their intentions were, give it a lot of space, soundscapey atmosphere, and make it just sort of a treat for the ears that people would, I think, mark as the beginning of a turning point for the sound of these, of British bands, Manchester bands, and this post-punk movement that was about to happen that was a lot weirder sounding and, dare I say, trippier in its own early 80s, kind of late 70s way. Now, the cover art that you've seen on a million shirts, it's parody now, it's a meme now. It's still, one of the most impactful minimalist sort of, album covers of the last 50 years, I'd say. Was a creation of Factory Records art director Peter Saville. The initial discovery of the image before it was negativized and sort of, flipped black for white and white for black is credited to Barney Sumner of Joy Division, who found the diagram in the Cambridge Encyclopedia of Science. It is a Fourier, Fourier, so not Fourier, Fourier analysis of 100 consecutive light spasms emitted by the pulsar CP 1919. Left behind when a massive sun exhausts its fuel and collapses in on itself, a pulsar is highly electromagnetic and emits regular flashes of intense energy, like a lighthouse in the pitch black night. And I'm going to continue reading straight from the text of Simon Reynolds' Rip It Up and Start Again in this section. People started to gradually tune in to the signal. The slow-burning success of Unknown Pleasures and the hypnotic single Transmission gave Joy Division an increasingly obsessive following, nicknamed the Cult with No Name, and according to stereotype, consisting of intense young men dressed in gray overcoats. Joy Division understood the power and attraction of mystique from the start. Some text on An Ideal for Living, the previously mentioned EP that they put out themselves originally, were declared, "This is not a concept EP, it is an enigma." The band's refusal to do interviews after some early bad experiences only enhanced their aura. The cult expanded throughout the second half of 1979 as Joy Division played steadily more prestigious gigs. In August, they headlined the Lee Festival, a collaboration between Factory and its Liverpool counterpart Zoo. Another thing that I took away from the walking tour of Manchester is that Liverpool is a sister/rival city of Manchester. There's a lot of sniping between the prideful residents of each at each other. In September, they performed near the top of the bill at John Keenan's Futurama Festival. I'm sure that name, maybe that's not the exact reason why Matt Groening decided to call his second cartoon animation endeavor Futurama, but I think that, I think he was probably into that kind of music, right? He had to listen to something besides the Beatles and Frank Zappa at some point. He wasn't listening to Night Ranger. Well, everyone was listening to Night Ranger when Night Ranger was on the radio all the time, obviously. In the last months of the year, they supported and upstaged Buzzcocks on their UK tour. Atmosphere, Joy Division's breathtaking next single, would surely have given the group their first hit in March 1980 if it had come out on Factory. Instead, they gave it to the obscure, ultra-arty French label Sordide Sentimental. I don't even know if... I'm sure that was a very poorly chosen accent on my part. Sordide Sentimental. Is that right? Is that how I say it? Sordide Sentimental. Nah, that sounds too... That sounds too stereotypically and insultingly Italian. Whatever. They released it as a tiny limited edition under the title Licht und Blindheit. The author then describes the vast drumscape, permafrost, synths, cascading chimes. Atmosphere sounds like nothing else in rock except maybe a dream collaboration between Nico of the Velvet Underground and Phil Spector. The image on the original Sordide Sentimental release, a hooded monk, his back turned to the viewer, stalking a snow-covered alpine peak, captures the moment when a certain religiosity began to gather around Joy Division. Possessed is how the normally dry and sardonic Hannett described Curtis in an interview with John Savage. "It was me who said, 'touched by the hand of God,' to a Dutch magazine. He was one of those channels for the Gestalt. The only one I bumped into in that period, a lightning conductor." You don't need to wax mystical, though, to see Curtis as a seer-like figure whose private pain somehow worked as a prism for the wider culture, refracting the malaise and anguish of Britain in the dying days of the 70s. Sordide Sentimental. Well, now I'm just going Austrian. God damn it. The private pain was mundanely specific, though. Grown-up problems like failing marriage, adultery, and illness. Curtis had fallen out of love with his wife just as they were having their first child. Isn't that the way? He'd also become embroiled in an affair with a glamorous, demanding Belgian woman named Annick Honore. I'm an American. We don't have names like these. This is not my fault. And, as if that were not enough, he also had to deal with epilepsy. Strangely, he'd been dancing on stage in a twitchy, convulsive style that resembled an epileptic fit for some time before he suffered his first attack in December 1978. And there's some notes that we've already covered, but I'll skip ahead a little bit. No one knows why Curtis became epileptic, but it's clear that the heavy-duty tranquilizers prescribed to control the condition, downers like phenobarbital and carbamazepine, clouded his mind, sapped his spirits, and made him even more vulnerable to the guilt and confusion caused by his infidelity. Hardly surprising, then, that with a pall hanging over the lead singer, and that a strange social climate, as Hannett put it, surrounded the March 1980 sessions for Closer, Joy Division's second album. Hannett described the record as Kabbalistic, locked in its own mysterious world. Sumner recalled staying up all night, sometimes sleeping in the control room because at night you got a weirder atmosphere. Compared with Unknown Pleasures, the textures of Closer are more ethereal and experimental. Peter Hook often used a 6-string bass for more melody, while Sumner built a couple of synthesizers from kits. Interesting. Morris had acquired a drum synth and fed it through, quote, the shittiest fuzz pedal you can imagine, unquote, to generate the slaughterhouse of hacking and shearing metal-on-bone noise in the background of Atrocity Exhibition, Closer's opener. Later on in the chapter, the author notes that Curtis was writing lyrics, in a pretty trance-like state, trapped in a little sort of a barbiturate haze most of the time. But it was, first draft is last draft. No rewrites, no edits. And also, no manager or producer kind of harping on him to write a certain way. A lot of freedom there. Quotes from the lyrics, on these songs obviously allude to things he was going through in his personal life, referring to things like a valueless collection of hopes and past desires, or the sound from broken homes. Words like, I'm ashamed of the things I've been put through. I'm ashamed of the person I am. I feel like there's a big whirlpool. I'm being sucked down into it and there's nothing I can do, is something he did actually say to Sumner at the time. And lots of bands have talked about what a bad idea it was to go back into the studio to crank out another product so soon after, finishing the previous one and then going out on tour for a long time. Not so with the Joy Division story, as far as what I've read. They're not touring around the world or anything. They don't have the budget for that yet. So they haven't, gotten burned out on the lifestyle or each other or dried up creatively. But still, Unknown Pleasures supposedly comes out in the summer of 1979, and by March of 1980, they are in the studio recording Closer. If they hadn't gone back in the studio so quickly, Joy Division fans would definitely be missing out on, what was almost half of their recorded output, because Ian Curtis would have been dead before that happened. In the gap between finishing Closer and the release in July 1980, so 1 year later after Unknown Pleasures, Ian had attempted suicide once with an overdose of pills. He was depressed by his worsening epilepsy, which obviously interferes with his ability to be himself and be the singer in this band. He had to leave the stage at one point after suffering a pretty severe attack. And there was a sort of a substitution from a guy named Simon Topping. He was in a factory band called A Certain Ratio. And there was still a riot from the audience because of, the lack of Ian Curtis being there singing the songs. The bass player Hook says, the doctor was telling him the only way to control epilepsy is to live a really quiet life. No drink, no drugs, no excitement. And here he was, a singer in a band that it's getting really big. So what do? You plan an American tour instead. Curtis told some people he wanted to take time off, but in front of his bandmates, apparently he always played up like he was really excited for the next thing that they were doing. He didn't want to disappoint anybody. He didn't want to disappoint Factory. They were kind of carrying the whole label on their shoulders with their success, Joy Division. The Factory had a big London showcase at the Moonlight in April in 1980, and Joy Division plays all 3 nights in a row. The point being, they would attract a lot of people that would hopefully see some of the lesser acts and start supporting them or ask questions about them or get them some interviews, get them some bookings, just drum up interest for the other bands on the Factory lineup. Now, on May 18th, 1980, Ian goes to visit his estranged, at this point, wife and asking unsuccessfully for her to drop the divorce that she's put in motion. He ends up staying up all night by himself then, after that, watching a movie by Werner Herzog, listening to Iggy Pop's The Idiot, and then hung himself hanged himself in the morning. He was 23 years old, and Joy Division would then have their first chart hit with Love Will Tear Us Apart. The rest of the band eventually goes on to start a new group called The New Order. Well, excuse me. The band's name is New Order, but The New Order is a book of speeches published by Adolf Hitler. So, keeping with the, I guess, not so subtle hints towards Nazi history, the guys decided to just keep that theme going, and then bitch about it in interviews for years and years and years later. I can't understand why people keep bringing it up. We were just kids. We're just goofing around. Whatever. I'm sure they're not Nazis, but sorry. You know, that whole generation of pasty young upstarts in Britain at the time were obsessed with Nazi stuff. Every time, I mean, we just had International Women's Day the other day, and on social media, I swear to Christ, I've seen that photo of like 6 different female punk singers in black and white at the same time. You know, it's Debbie Harry, and it's Chrissy Hynde from the Pretenders, and it's Polystyrene of the X-Ray Specs, Pauline Black of the Selector, and Viv from the Slits. You know, and Susie Sue's in there, and you know, with these two of these 6 women are black, or you know, women of color. It's like, didn't decide to wear her swastika at this little publicity shoot, did she? No, because she had learned better by then, thankfully. It's one thing when it's just the British press, or it's just the people that see you at a club that you're trying to shock. You know, it's something else when you're on an international level and you're associating with people from different countries that probably don't take as kindly to that kind of shit. Which reminds me, I used to work as a temporary employee of Wizards of the Coast back in the year 1999, when I was trying to save up money to go to a luthier school in Phoenix, Arizona. And for 6 months, I answered phone calls from anyone that looked on the back of a pack of Pokemon cards and called the 1-800 number. The point was, you're supposed to be teaching young people how to play the game. What ended up happening instead was just lots of bored kids would get home from school, and before their parents got home, just call us up and ask us, like, where does Pikachu live? Or how much is a Charizard worth? Or how many hit points does Blastoise have? But one of my coworkers had to field a question or two from angry parents, like, why does my kid's cards with these cartoon dragons on them have swastikas? Because their kids had gotten a hold of a Japanese card, and those images were censored in America. Those were not appearing on the American version of the cards, but obviously the swastika flipped the other way around was originally a Japanese symbol that goes back a long, long, long way. I'm not going to pretend I know how many years, how many thousands of years or hundreds of years that was, but it was a different thing before the Nazis got a hold of it and sort of culturally appropriated it. I'll go on the record saying that's a clear negative form of cultural appropriation there. Bold stance for me to take, I know. I'm like Captain America punching Hitler right in the nose on the first issue of Captain America Comics. Let me read from an early 1990s magazine interview with Trent Reznor from Mondo 2000, and there's a link in the description of the episode for you to go check it out yourself. I believe I've seen quotes from this in the Nine Inch Nails book by Udo as well, because it's good stuff. So I'm not going to read it all word for word. You can check it out yourself. It's just a couple of pages long, though. Trent says at the beginning, he grew up with lots of music and instruments around the house. He was trained on the piano starting at 5. His dad was into electronic devices and had an electric piano. When he got his first synthesizer, though, his piano playing came to an abrupt halt, and they seemed like more than just a musical instrument. It was also something that appealed to him because he was very into computers, electronics, video, and all that seemed to fit in together now. He got serious about writing music about the time that MIDI and sequencers hit the scene, so right from the start, he was composing on computer and sequencer. He says, I can't imagine composing on a guitar or a conventional instrument. When I was in the process of writing Pretty Hate Machine, I took an inventory of all the music that I liked. I wanted to formulate the idea of what makes a powerful record. What it boiled down to was honesty, a sense of integrity in what was being said. I used that as a base in working with my ideas. Since I was a big fan of the American industrial movement, basically because it was electronic, it made sense for me to use this form. I had always been into electronic music, but I didn't feel it had much emotional intensity compared to rock and roll. Then industrial came along. It was electronic, but it delivered as much power and intensity as any other musical form. It also represents the total misuse of technology, which really appealed to me. The best of hip-hop stuff produced by the Bomb Squad from Public Enemy is a totally novel use of sampling. It's using it as an instrument instead of a simulation of a drum or a piano. From a songwriting point of view, I like anybody who's writing good material. I think XTC is a great band and writes excellent songs. Their lyrics are also intelligent with good choruses. I'm basically a pop structure kind of guy. In that sense, I'm not very experimental in terms of songwriting. A lot of industrial stuff is much more free form. I like to have that hook and that structure. In terms of arrangement, however, I'm much less traditional. I'm totally bored with guitar, bass, drums. I'm more into using different things. Basically, anything I can find that gets the sound I'm looking for. A lot of what I'm doing now may sound organic. It may sound like real drums, and at one time it was, but they've been looped and sampled and processed in strange ways. I cut and paste, plucking things off other people's records. You become a kind of god of your own musical environment. Later in the article, he talks about his vocal takes on the album. He has a rule during the recording for himself that he would only do 2 takes of vocals. He said, I'd sing it once, and it would usually suck. And then the second take I would use, good or bad, even if the pitch or intonation was off. The only exception was if I sang the wrong words. I wanted to express a kind of vulnerability, the idea that I was a person trying to keep my head above water, living in this machine which was moving forward. As for other bands, I like Ministry. They basically established industrial music in America. They put the anger and aggression element into electronic music. I mean, the first electronic music that I got into wasn't Throbbing Gristle. It was more like Human League and Devo. Then you had the people who developed electronic personalities because their music was electronic. Gary Newman, Kraftwerk, very emotionless. Today you have people who just want to follow the technology rather than innovate with it. The people who arrange Paula Abdul or Madonna, they just buy the gear, read the manual, and make the sounds it tells them they can make. That's why all dance club hits sound the same. He's asked about his goals for the record. He said, basically to suck in a lot of people, get their attention. I had well-known producers, Adrian Sherwood from Cabaret Voltaire and Ministry, Flood, Nitzer Ebb, Depeche Mode, and Keith LeBlanc, Tackhead, John Fryer, Cocteau Twins. That helped. I think a lot of people who bought the record were surprised these people were involved with a project that was different than most stuff in the genre. Our live shows are very different from the records. I could have just gone out with tape machines or 50 keyboards and recreated the sound of the record. But I'm more interested in the challenge of having 4 musicians interpret what was initially composed by one person on a computer. That way, I'm not bored. There's a lot of interaction, and it's a unique interpretation of my music. The record is me at home masturbating into a computer. The shows are me masturbating into an audience. Everybody bring your raincoat. Then they say, I want to read you something about your show from an industrial music topic I started on a computer network. Since I've never seen you live, I asked if anyone had and what it was like. Here's what one woman said. Hard to describe. Intense. Very intense. It lasted an hour, but that was plenty. Lights, volume. He threw cornstarch and chocolate syrup on the band members and the audience. Many members of the audience stage dove. The set was like a jungle gym. He clambered and wound himself around various parts of it. The songs all sound torturous anyway, and he wrung them out of his body. I expected blood, really. Trent laughs. Well, that's a flattering interpretation. They ask about the cornstarch and chocolate syrup. And he says, when we started out and needed to get press photos taken, we knew we didn't want to pose like pretty boys. We got this photographer, Jeffrey Silverthorne from Ohio, who was doing pictures of people covered in cornstarch. They're photographed really high contrast, so they look almost corpse-like. Most of his work is of nudes. There's something really disturbing about them, eerie. So as a result of working with him, I just came out of this with this box of cornstarch for our first show and doused everybody. We looked really creepy and weird and stupid, but we seemed to pull it off. It looks great under the lights, grungy, a sort of anti-Bon Jovi thing. Towards the end of the hour, it started getting progressively more ridiculous. You know, how can we outdo the night before? Oh, sorry, but towards the end of the tour, not the end of the hour. He said, we were breaking things on stage. One night, though, I was in a 7-Eleven before the show and saw this big thing of chocolate syrup, and I got an idea. During a certain point of the show, I always molest the guitar player in some fashion. I said to him, Rich, tonight I've got a surprise for you. Don't worry, it'll be cool. He says, what is it? You're going to make me look like an idiot, and my brother's going to be there. This point in the show is when things lighten up a bit. There's a break from the violent intensity. I pulled out 2 things of chocolate syrup and started pouring them all over his head. It looked cooler than I could have possibly imagined. It totally dripped all over his guitar everywhere. The roadies are saying, fuck this isn't in my contract. So, of course, it had to go even farther. The next night in LA, there was a wall of security guys in front of the stage so that I couldn't see the audience and the audience couldn't see me. At one point, I stopped the show and I said, what the fuck are you doing? Does anyone here want to see these guys? At the end of the show, I found out that there was this big hump in the dance floor they were trying to keep people from walking into. So I apologized to them and we became good friends. The next night at the same place, the security guys brought out 10 heavy naked girls and my road manager covered them with whipped cream. It was totally bizarre and silly. They asked where the naked women came from. And Trent says, apparently they were stripper friends of the security people. Did you see the hard copy interview with us? They did a story on us because of that whole video scandal. They ran this totally ridiculous story. I think they might have been there filming that night, but I don't think they got the part with the nude women. That's a reference to the filming of the Down In It video. And I will have to, I think, read a bit from the old book with Mr. Udo and clarify or expand on that a bit here in a second. They talk more about crazy stage antics, and he clarifies, I'm not going to be slicing myself up like Iggy Pop or whatever, but I do want to sort of, push the envelope. I don't want to get anyone else hurt, but, smashing stuff. And they say, well, I was just reading an interview with Al Jurgensen from Ministry and Nivek Ogre from Skinny Puppy. They were talking about bloodletting on stage. Trent laughs. He goes, what? I hadn't heard that. What does the audience do? Wear rubber gloves and stuff to protect themselves? And that's pretty much the end of the interview. So Halo 1. Reznor refers to all single album and video releases by the codification Halo, regardless of format or label. The single Down In It was released September 1989 on CD and 12-inch vinyl. It contained the album version, labeled Skin, along with 2 remixes, Single and Shred. The album Pretty Hate Machine followed a month later. The Skin mix was the version that appeared on the album. The other 2 were respectively a brief dub mix and a full-blown extended experimental heavy done reworking. Sherwood's trademark sound. Reading directly right now from Tommy Udo's book. There was some dissatisfaction with the version of the track. Telling Antimatter, Reznor said, the 12-inch single Down In It, which is produced by Adrian Sherwood, is the most industrial-sounding song on the album, and it was finished before the album. I think this track is the closest to predictable industrial music. The rest of the album is not so predictable, which is what my goal was, and I feel I have reached it. Sherwood, I didn't work with him. He mixed it, but he mixed it in London, and I talked to him on the phone. So I didn't get a good chance to rip off all of his great tricks. And Flood, we only worked briefly together, and John Fryer had nothing to offer me. A video for the single was shot by Chicago's H-Gun, a.k.a. Eric Zimmerman, and Benjamin Stokes, who had shot clips for Ministry, offshoot The Revolting Cocks, and KMFDM. It was a simple enough idea, and one that was already pretty cliched. Trent and the other members of Nine Inch Nails are chased through an empty urban landscape by a gang of assailants. This is intercut with footage of Reznor in front of a neon crucifix. One scene at the finale featured Reznor lying apparently dead, filmed from above, with the camera tied to a helium balloon. Inevitably, the balloon slipped its tether. As Trent told Convulsion, a UK fanzine, we got a call from my manager saying, "This is the most unbelievable story. You will not believe what happened. The camera landed 200 miles away in a farmer's field somewhere. He finds it and takes it to the police, thinking it's a surveillance camera for marijuana. I guess for farmers, like spying on farms and trying to see if they're growing pot out there. They develop the film, and they think it's some sort of a snuff film of a murder. Give it to the FBI, and have pathologists looking at the body saying, yeah, he's rotting. I had cornstarch on me, right? He's been decomposing for 3 weeks. You can see the other members of the band walking away, and they had these weird outfits on, and they thought it was some kind of a gang slaying. When the camera went up, they could see it was Chicago, so they went to the Chicago Police Department. And they went to all the art schools and asked if this was anybody's work that you might know, and traced it down to one of our video directors who went to one of the art schools. Then there was talk that I would have to appear and talk to prove that I was alive. Stupid, but funny. The video made its debut on sensation tabloid TV true crime show Hard Copy. Whether this was actually a publicity stunt to generate some controversy is now unclear, as nobody is talking. But it was to be Reznor's first brush with censorship. MTV censors threw one of their periodic fits of the vapors and demanded the final scene be excised before they could show it. As MTV's importance to the Nine Inch Nails demographic was huge, they were forced to comply. I also wanted to include this note about the artwork on the sleeve. Packaged in a black sleeve with a picture of turbine blades, photographed and solarized, so they could actually appear to be a section of vertebrae, and rendered in contrasting pink and blue to add a quasi-organic effect. Pretty Hate Machine looked like a cyberpunk record, not yet employing the distinctive Nine Inch Nails logo with the second N reversed, Cyrillic alphabet style. The overall impression conveyed by the stark minimalism of the sleeve, designed by Gary Talpas, who would work on subsequent Nine Inch Nails releases, as well as Nothing Records artists Marilyn Manson and Tweak, was that it was a release on an arty English label like Mute, 4AD, or Factory Records, whose own house style was a straight steal from European classical label ECM. All right, I spoke earlier about the differences in the DVD extras and commentaries and Blu-ray editions and things that I have gone over and tried to pull information from. Well, I also found a really interesting article on filmstories.co.uk titled The DVD Extra Feature That Got Pulled from a Crow, a multiple disc set. It doesn't start off too strong because there's a typo somewhere in here that doesn't explain the amount of extras it's referring to, because they say in 2001, Miramax released the Crow Trilogy Collector's Series on US DVD, which was designed to include enough new special features based on the original film. What is enough new special features? Filmstories.co.uk. God damn it. That's something I want to quantify, please. Anyways, they know, this is what you did with DVD box sets or collections of a whole trilogy back then. Because, the sequels usually were not strong enough to sell very well in physical form. So you would then repackage them with the good movie that everyone liked and include more special features. So, even with all of our torrenting and all of our jailbroken Fire Sticks and our Kodi and other ways to watch film without paying for it these days, for some reason, the studios don't want to invest time and money anymore in providing features like this, which would, I don't know, maybe convince more movie lovers to buy movies on physical media, like the Criterion Collection clearly has done a great job with. Yeah. Anyhow, The early press releases for the collector's set included an early screenshot of the Crow DVD's main menu. And that referenced an intriguing extra called The Crow Chronicle. It was supposed to be a brand new documentary about the film, and a comprehensive one. Unfortunately, this wasn't available on the final DVD that was released into the stores. And it wasn't explained as to why it wasn't featured. As to no one just put out a disclaimer, or no one put out a warning, or no one put out an announcement that like, hey, the thing that we sold you on is not going to happen, and here's why. There was apparently a fourth film in the series, Crow, Lazarus, that was ultimately never produced. Now, there's some information in this article provided by David J. Shao, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. He's the screenplay writer for The Crow, and he is referenced in this podcast episode, either before this segment or after this segment. I haven't decided yet. I'm still recording stuff. But I have an interview with him from deadfilmthing.com. That's really interesting from him. He's got a lot of cool stories about working on the movie. But David Shao apparently wrote extensively on his website about what happened to the missing documentary. The original idea was to reissue the film with a commentary track by director Alex Proyas, right? Okay, so this would have happened a lot sooner than the Blu-ray that I was referencing earlier in this episode. People wanted to hear his thoughts on the film for a long time, and he hadn't been included on previous releases. The materials for this release would be handled by a company called Three-Legged Cat, which was founded by Mark Rance, who had produced special edition laser discs for Criterion previously, and had moved on to creating extra feature material for New Line cinema DVDs, like The Exorcist, not just New Line, but Exorcist, Sixth Sense, Unbreakable, Dancer in the Dark, Seven, and Dark City, which was Alex Proyas' film. So Proyas agrees to Mark Rance's proposal to record a commentary track for The Crow in order to create a definitive version of the film on DVD. But Proyas wanted full approval on all the supplementary material involved in this release. Miramax said they agreed and recorded a new commentary track. This was later expanded to also include cinematographer Dariusz Wolski, production designer Alex McDowell, art director Simon Merton, and screenplay writer David Shao, the aforementioned. Footage shot for the electronic press kit during principal photography in 1993 was used and re-edited to include Proyas, Shao, and most of the actors, including Brandon Lee. What began as the EPK was polished into a 22-minute documentary showing you the development and production of the film, and would have been a huge, like, bright spot in this list of special features for sure. Now, previous Laserdiscs and VHSs and DVDs had included Brandon Lee's last interview, in quotes, as a special feature. This interview was now added into this featurette to be seen in the context originally intended back in 1993. Mark Rance approaches David Shao about any previously unseen photographs to use in the gallery section, and Shao has hundreds of them and offers them up for the feature. Shao also shot 16 hours of home video footage spanning from pre-production until the accident that took Brandon Lee's life. Mark Rance suggested that they could edit this material into some kind of behind-the-scenes, feature, and the result was the 90-minute documentary, The Crow Chronicle. There was a Crow fan site called A Boy and His Bird that had access to The Crow Chronicle, gave it a big positive review, pointed out this was a chance to see scenes that were being staged and shot that never made the final cut. The Skull Cowboy scenes being among them. Michael Berryman, a supernatural guide to the character of Eric as he avenges his own death and Shelley's. A writer for A Boy and His Bird named L.L. Cruize, it's C-R-U-I-Z-E, summed up the whole documentary as a gem for Crow fans. But then the producer, Jeff Most, steps in. As mentioned earlier in this podcast episode, Jeff Most is one of the two guys that did the original commentary track on the Miramax DVD that Alex Proyas was not included on. Alex Proyas is commentary was on the later Blu-ray that did not feature the original track with most. And then, very soon after that, new releases featured everything else the same, but with Proyas's commentary removed and most added back in. Alex had excluded him from all the newly created supplementary material that had been created for this new DVD. And Alex was supposed to have final say over what was included. And most didn't like that. So now Miramax has this weird situation going on. It had signed an agreement giving Proyas complete control over the supplements, but at the same time, it was in the middle of negotiations with most about a fourth entry called The Crow, Lazarus, to star DMX, the rap singer, as the Crow in that story. Jeff Most was pretty well represented across the special features of the other Crow films, but evidently there was some personal hostilities going on, and Miramax caved in to his demands when it came to the Collector's Series disc, and changes were made. For instance, the article says, the Proyas, Wolski, McDowell, Merton, Shaw audio commentary track was scrapped and replaced with one by Most and writer John Shirley, as we referenced, who originally adapted the Crow comic into film. The Crow Chronicle documentary was dumped altogether. Proyas would have to give approval since he heavily featured on it. As you might expect, this approval would not be forthcoming. I'm reading straight from the language of the article now. Given that Miramax had sided with Jeff Most, even the 22-minute featurette was recut in Most's favor, with Proyas and Shaw edited out, reducing the runtime to 16 minutes. This was to be a special edition DVD that looked from the outside like it had no interest from its director. The irony to the whole story, says the article, is that just as the Crow Collector's Series was released, the fourth Crow film, Lazarus, developed into a different film when rapper Eminem was rumored to be offered $4 million to star as the bad guy of the movie. Lazarus was now technically no longer a Crow film, and Miramax's legal dilemma between Proyas and Most technically no longer existed. Apparently, if this had happened just a couple of weeks, either way, I assume they mean in either direction, a couple of weeks later, a couple of weeks sooner, the Crow Special Edition disc would have lived up to its name. Shit. God, I would love to hear that commentary with all four of those people. And watch the full documentary, the 90 minutes. Good Lord. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure it's got to be somewhere. Somebody has seen the unused pilot for The Dark Tower created recently that was supposed to be an Amazon Prime series. Only special people that do Stephen King podcasts have seen it, and nobody else legally can sort of view it or talk about it. But I would think that after all these years, that this stuff's got to be floating around somewhere. And now, oh man, if I found it before I put this out and incorporated the stuff that I learned from it in this episode would probably end up being 7 hours long. If I find it, I'll record an addendum. I promise you that. Another funny thing, James O'Barr talked in an interview that I saw on the online video interwebs, on a video web zone, about how he wrote a Crow story as a sequel into the franchise, after the first couple sequels didn't do well, where the avenging character would be the blood-splattered bride kind of a thing. She was killed on her wedding day, and she comes back to avenge the death of her groom and herself. And Miramax bought it, gave him some money for the I guess it was a screenplay, and then they put it on the shelf and didn't release it. And this was a few years before Quentin Tarantino came out with Kill Bill Volume 1, which James O'Barr naturally feels a bit cranky about. I don't know. I think the blood... I use the phrase "the blood-splattered bride" because that's another story that already existed before Kill Bill. It's a 1972 Spanish horror film written and directed by Vicente Aranda, based on an 1872 vampire novella by someone whose name I'm going to butcher here, and I apologize, Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu, or Le Fanu. And then one more thing to wrap up this important section. In a November 1997 Spin magazine I found on Google Books, which you can look through an amazing history of full I was going to say episodes, full periodicals, full issues of Spin magazine from the 90s if you like, and you could just do a quick search for whoever you're trying to find. I was looking for The Crow, and in the 1997 issue of Spin, November 97, I see a little postage stamp sized photograph of Mr. Rob Zombie. And in this sidebar sort of, blips and blurbs of like quick, short news items, it says, White Zombie frontman Rob Zombie, because Hellbilly Deluxe did not come out until 1999, so he was still technically, perceived to be in the band, even though I think he had done a couple of... He might have... I know he had done... He had to be doing the Howard Stern Private Parts soundtrack by now, I would say. I'm not going to look it up. But I remember between 96 and 98, he had done that, the big premiere party for Howard Stern's Private Parts film, and he had appeared live as a solo artist for the first time I'd ever seen it, and I'm a fucking White Zombie nerd, so I had seen everything I could of that band that was on a television to watch, and he had showed up and played with some guys in zombie masks that were not credited as being band members or anything, just, he played with some, like he always does, with some backing tracks, and played American Nightmare with Howard Stern duetting with him. Anyhow, you may or may not have known this little bit of trivia that I'm about to read for you, but I'm speaking as someone who purchased the soundtrack to The Crow 2 City of Angels without seeing the film, because White Zombie had a cover of Casey and the Sunshine Band's I'm Your Boogeyman on it. So I'm that much of a fan. White Zombie frontman Rob Zombie makes his big screen directorial debut with the upcoming movie The Crow 2037. And again, this is like the end of the year 97, so we're probably assuming it's going to come out in 1998. Zombie, who has directed videos for Prong, Powerman 5000, well, that's his little brother's band, and it's a great video, by the way, Tokyo Vigilante #1, good stuff, and also wrote the screenplay, will score the soundtrack. His quote is, "The film is sort of a dark Italian Clint Eastwood Western," says Zombie, who claims he's been barraged with other film offers. Don't worry, I won't be making any 4-hour movies about Nixon anytime soon. I don't know if Rob Zombie at the time maybe he would be full of enough hubris to say, I'm being barraged by movie offers left and right, but it doesn't seem like the kind of, from all the footage I've seen in interviews, when his movie career did actually start happening, he's always been pretty self-deprecating without downplaying the importance of his crew and his actors and the things he's trying to do. And I think he gives his own good ideas plenty of credit, plenty of merit, while still being self-effacing. Like I say, Rob Zombie is my Elvis. He's a great song and dance man, great show performer, and just like Elvis, I like his original band the best. And I think his early movies are pretty damn great. Not so much the later ones, but hey, everyone's got their thing. At least the man's doing stuff. At least the man's trying different things. Do I want to hear the last 7 albums The Who put out? No, I don't. But that doesn't take away from how awesome they were at the beginning. And I'm not even that much of a Who fan, goddammit. We're getting off on too many tangents here. And I'm ashamed of you people for making me do so. I feel like I should refocus and calm myself down, and to do that, I always look to Aunt Maggie's radish lozenges for when you absolutely positively have to lozenge. Please go to Aunt Maggie's radish lozenges and suppositories.net.co.uk and type in the promo code History of Rock and Roll in Film and Rock and Roll by Jay Smith. all one word, and get 6% off your first pallet of radish lozenges and a coupon for half off Dr. McFerrin's celery milkshakes. When you do that, you will be automatically signed up for a monthly subscription to Dr. McFerrin's celery milkshakes delivery and recipe service, where they will include materials for you to read that show you how to use Dr. McFerrin's celery milkshakes to craft a number of very nutritious meals for you and your family, because who needs the hassle of going to the store and buying food to prep and doing a tablespoon of olive oil in the pan and pat the chicken breasts with a paper towel and portion control. Have portion control with Dr. McFerrin's celery milkshakes monthly subscription service as an added bonus when you go to Aunt Maggie's Radish Lozenges and Suppositories.com and type in promo code The History of Rock and Roll in Film and Rock and Roll by Jay Smith, all one word. This section is going to be focused on the end of Ian Curtis's life. I will warn you before I get to the description of the night he was found dead, for anyone that wants to skip past that may have some of their own trauma related to those sorts of things. And I'll give you a general time frame to avoid. But this is from Deborah's book, and she's talking about the situation between herself and Ian and Annika, this other woman that he'd been seeing after traveling, throughout Europe. And she's the woman that you'll see on lots of documentaries and stuff, talking about Ian. And this obviously creates complications when Ian's married with a little girl to his school sweetheart. But everything's complicated for everybody at this time, for all involved. Joy Division was supposed to cut down on gigging for a while, likely to maintain, Ian's health a bit more, but that didn't seem to actually happen as far as she's concerned. Throughout April and May of 1980, they were always playing or rehearsing when she thought they should have been resting for the forthcoming American tour that had been planned. So when Ian told her he was going away for a break, it didn't surprise her. He said he was going to stay in a small pub in Derby. And she asked him if she could go, and he explained gently that he needed time alone, and she accepted it. He'd been gone for 2 days when she starts getting suspicious, and she has no way of contacting him because he's just living in a room above a pub that, may or may not have a telephone line. If it does, she doesn't have the telephone line. So, this is also after there had been a major suicide attempt on his part to kill himself just by slashing himself up with a knife, I guess. That is an important detail for later. More important than the obvious. So she calls Rob Gretton, and I apologize for not knowing all the names of all the people involved in the whole story of Joy Division. I've been bouncing around a lot, timeline-wise, but to see if there was a phone number that had been left. Rob seemed annoyed with her, she says. What is it with you two? Can't you talk to each other? And she's very shocked and devastated by this, not getting any answers. He's obviously very exasperated and sounding so annoyed for what she thought was sort of a strange response to an innocuous question. All she wants was, someone to tell her what's going on. So she hangs up and is unable to stand just the being lonely and keeping secrets, because she hasn't told people about the affair that her husband's having, and she hasn't she's too scared. She's been too scared in the past that Ian's going to leave her if she reaches out for help with his suicidal thoughts and attempts. So, she decides she's going to go, see her parents. She calls them up on the phone, and then Rob tries to call back after that phone call, but she had already left the house. Turns out Rob was pissed off because Ian and Anik had been sitting in his flat when she called. They'd run out of money and landed themselves on his doorstep, asking him to solve their financial problems. Ian had suddenly gained an insight into how it felt to have no money at all. It still irritates me intensely that this fact had eluded Ian for so long. The next morning, my father rang Ian's parents and told them what had been happening. They were astonished, as they'd had no idea that we'd been having problems. Anik caught the train back to London, and the episode culminated in Ian's parents, Rob and Leslie, watching Ian pace up and down our living room in Barton Street. He refused to speak to anyone. I knew he'd be angry with me because I had told or informed on him to our parents, as we had had an unspoken agreement to keep it all a secret and sort it out between ourselves like naughty children. I took it for granted that once the secret was out, I would lose him forever, but it was different now. It was clear I would have to lose him in order to start living again. And deep down inside, he must have wanted to lose me too. I suddenly felt angry with Anik. She had a sexy accent, a job at a Belgian embassy, and seemingly enough time and money to follow Joy Division around Europe. I felt that as Ian's wife and the mother of his child, I deserved more status, but it hadn't worked out like that. I had been well and truly ousted. In an attempt to redress the balance, I rang her at the embassy and screamed at her that I was divorcing Ian and would be naming her as co-respondent. She falteringly replied that she would do whatever I wanted. Having worked at a Macclesfield County Court, I regarded being named as co-respondent terribly shameful. It was difficult initiating the divorce, but once I had made the decision, it felt wonderful. It seemed as though a huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. For that short time, I honestly believed that Ian was not my problem anymore. As far as I was concerned, I could leave Rob, Tony, and Anik to try and sort out Ian's life. I believed I had done him a favor by eliminating one of his biggest worries, me. If Ian didn't have the guts to concede the end of our relationship, I did. I admitted to myself that I had made a hash of my life and began to make plans to wipe the slate clean and start again. I borrowed a dress from my sister, rang Jeff, told him what had happened, and arranged a date for that very evening. At the age of 23, for the first time in my life, a man called for me in his car and took me out for a drink. It felt fantastic. I was young and began to feel wanted again. He treated me as a human being, a feeling person, and provided the much-needed shoulder to cry on. Not that we had a wonderful or romantic time, as I needed to talk and couldn't help discussing the previous events. He was there to listen. One of the girls tried to persuade me to drop the divorce application. She told me I should hang in for a while as Joy Division were about to make a fortune, and it would be more lucrative to divorce Ian when he was rich. I decided my pride was too valuable an asset. Ian stayed with Bernard Sumner and his wife for a short time. To Sue Sumner, he appeared quiet and depressed, but he did talk to Bernard a great deal. When Bernard commented on how fortunate it was that he had not gone through with his suicide bid, Ian said, "I didn't go through with it because I heard if you didn't have enough tablets, you get brain damage." So it was an overdose, and that they're referring to in this case. Ian would stay up very late at night while he lived with Bernard and Sue, but that was something he had always liked to do. He suffered from dizzy spells and a rash, which may have been shingles. Talking was useless. He would agree with whatever anyone said and then fall into another depression. Before Ian died, he returned to live with his parents for a while. Even before his illness, Ian never had been mentally equipped for living alone. He had lived with his parents up until our marriage and afterwards with friends. Daily, routine life never touched him. Although he seemed to enjoy solitude, it was not a state in which he could exist, as he was incapable of fending for himself. It's not surprising that the restrictions of epilepsy depressed him and exaggerated his dependency on others. Eventually, it was time for Ian to attend his psychiatrist's appointment. This time, Terry Mason was dispatched to drive Ian, and Rob Gretton rang to tell me so I could be there. Terry was shocked at my arrival at the hospital, but I felt I owed it to Ian to make this one final attempt to help him. I requested to see the psychiatrist alone before Ian's appointment, as I didn't see how he could be properly assessed if no one knew the details of his behavior. I tried to explain coherently what had been happening in our lives. The lies, the contradictions, but by now I was weeping uncontrollably. My wailing and raving made it seem as if I was the one who needed treatment. To make matters worse, when Ian entered the room, he was so cool and calm, one would have thought we had never met before. When asked if he was going to return to live with me, he replied, I might not. I left the room and sat outside with Terry. This was Ian's chance to break down and tell a professional how he really felt. This was the best opportunity we'd had to get help. When Ian finally came out, he looked down at me with all the hate in the world and said, I'm never coming home. I thought he was referring to the fact that I had brought his behavior and his illness out into the open, that he believed I'd betrayed him and his staying away was punishment. I was sorry for him and completely helpless. I couldn't understand why he wasn't taken into hospital where he could be put under the care of one professional person rather than be pulled in different directions by a bunch of amateurs. I began to question my own sanity, to wonder if perhaps I was the one who needed help. I thought people might see me as the jealous wife, insisting her husband was mentally ill because he had dared to find another woman. The hierarchy at the factory made me feel like some sort of obstruction to Ian's imminent fame, and more importantly, fortune. Joy Division played their final gig on the 2nd May, 1980 at High Hall, Birmingham University. It was there that Tony Wilson had his last conversation with his protege. They discussed what Tony considered to be Ian's tendency to use archaic English language and 19th century grammatical constructions. Talking like two elderly scholars was one way of avoiding the real-life issue. Perhaps this helped to take Ian's mind off his personal problems, but the climax to this scenario could only be postponed, not canceled altogether. Rob Gretton tried to forestall any difficulties that might have come up during the American tour by appointing Tony Mason as Ian's minder. It would have been Terry's job to look after Ian, making sure he took his tablets, didn't drink, and got plenty of sleep. All the fun and games bands on tour have would have been out of bounds for him. 3 months in hospital would have been a better idea. When someone close to you needs that kind of help, it's very difficult to recognize and even harder to admit. Any attempts to change the direction in which Ian was going would have been thwarted by his inability to accept responsibility for his own actions. No matter whom Ian was speaking to at the time, he was always able to name a scapegoat for his problems. Unable to face making decisions himself, he asked friends, notably Bernard Sumner, what he should do. Quite rightly, Bernard declined to choose between Anik and myself on Ian's behalf. Bernard also walked Ian through a cemetery one day and pleaded with him to realize that this is where he would have ended up had his first suicide attempt succeeded. Ian would have made a gifted actor. He convinced us all that the conflicts in his life were caused by outside influences, and that the stress he was suffering was a direct result of the lifestyle he was leading. Truly, as his own judge and Gowler, he had engineered his own hell and planned his own downfall. Apologies, I've never read the word Gowler before. Gaoler. The people around him were merely minor characters in his play. Ian had his last appointment at the epilepsy clinic on the 6th May, 1980. As fate would have it, he saw a different doctor than usual and left an overall impression of a man who was finally getting his life together and looked forward to the future. Terry Mason and Rob Gretton accompanied Ian to Macclesfield on this occasion, and he brought them to the house to collect a few things. He gave Terry Mason much the same impression that he gave his doctor that day. He told Rob and Terry that he had sorted everything out and we were going ahead with the divorce. He gave Terry a sleeve for his copy of An Ideal for Living, as he didn't have one. Terry also was offered some of Ian's records, including his copy of the sordid sentimental single Atmosphere/Dead Souls, which had the serial number 1106. Ian's sudden whim to give away his possessions might have provided a clue to his intentions, but his generosity had been legendary in the past. It could sometimes be overwhelming if he was in the right mood. Living with his parents and having little to no contact with me must have been good for him, because he had not had a fit in 4 weeks. On Tuesday, the 13th of May, Ian came to Macclesfield to see me and Natalie. I assume Natalie is the daughter. When I came home, he had already let himself into the house. He had washed up and put fresh irises and freesias in the blue room where he used to do his writing. I was puzzled rather than pleased and thought that this would be the last time I saw him before he went to the States. I also thought Joy Division would be hugely successful before that, and Ian would forget about his family in Macclesfield. Before he left, I insisted on taking one last photograph of Ian with Natalie. She lay on her changing mat, kicking her legs, and rather than pick her up, He leant down and put his face next to her. The picture shows him pale and haunted. When I collected the photographs from the developers after Ian's death, that shot was missing, and I had to ask them to reprint it. Ian, Bernard, and Paul Dawson, an old friend of Bernard's, played pool in a pub in Manchester on the following Thursday. Paul, the amazing Noswad would-be magician, was able to make Ian laugh. It was the first time Bernard had seen him laugh in a long time, so it was arranged that they should all meet again on the Saturday. Peter Hook saw Ian on Friday when he dropped him off at his parents' house. They both spoke excitedly about the American trip. Quote from Peter Hook, "He killed himself on Saturday night. I couldn't believe it. He must have been a pretty good actor. We didn't have a bleeding clue what was going on. You tried to help him with your limited experience, and you did what you could, but as soon as you left him, he went back, you know?" Rather than ringing, this is Deborah again, to confirm the Saturday arrangements, Ian rang Bernard and said, "I can't make it. I'm going to see Debbie. I want to talk to her. I won't be able to make it. I'll see you Monday morning at the airport." He sounded calm, and Bernard wasn't worried about him, but that was the last time they spoke to each other. I also heard that he told Rob Gretton he was coming to Macclesfield to watch a film on TV, which he felt would upset his father if he watched it with him. This turned out to be Strozik, a Werner Herzog film about a European living in America who kills himself rather than choose between two women. The last line of the film talks of a dead man in the cable car and the chicken still dancing, which is why the runoffs to still include "the chicken won't stop." The chicken stops here, and the chicken footprints walking between the grooves. "The week before, we went and bought all these new clothes. He was really happy," says Rob Gretton. I don't think Ian was worried about the American tour, Bernard Sumner. If he was depressed, he kept it from us, Steve Morris. Deborah again. "I believe Ian chose his deadline. It was important to keep up the charade in front of the band in case they tried to dissuade him. The only reason he was no longer worried about the American trip was because he knew he wasn't going." This next section will be getting into Ian Curtis's death. So if you would like to avoid the description of the events, please just move this ahead 11 minutes, perhaps 12 if you want to be absolutely clear of it. Deborah says she is grateful that Ian died at home and not on tour in America. Tony Wilson was quoted in Select magazine as saying, "Ian Curtis's death was the worst thing that ever happened to us. If only he'd survived for another 36 hours and got to America." Deborah says, in reality, Ian looked towards that particular trip with some trepidation. He feared the American reaction to his epilepsy in certain states, and he was terrified of flying. He longed to travel by ship, but mentioned it to no one but me, as he knew this was an illogical and impossible idea. I don't believe he had any intention of going to America. If he had, I doubt if being there would have prevented his suicide. And isn't that always the way? There's always somebody saying, "Oh, if we had gotten to him, or if he had showed up for this thing, if we could have gotten past this 2-day patch or something, he never would have killed himself, or he never would have died." I always find those people hard to entertain. To be blunt, I never really engage in those conversations about, think about all the things Jim Morrison could have done if he hadn't died. I think he would have died the week after if he hadn't died the week that he died. I mean, there's a lot of people, Kurt Cobain especially. There's deep underlying issues people have when they kill themselves. It's not about a certain week or a certain day. I'm not a doctor. You probably don't need to be hearing me say this kind of thing. Probably don't care, but maybe, I don't know, maybe you're fed up with this line of thinking as well, and you're not the only one. I know there's outlier cases of people that made spontaneous choices to kill themselves, and if they could have been helped through that 24-hour period, would never have taken their own lives. Obviously, there's exceptions, but the people all through my life that hear about someone's suicide and say, why would this person do that? They had so much going for them. Or well, as great as life is, how could anyone take their own life like that? How could they be so selfish and leave behind somebody that cared about them or anyone else that cared about them? Why would they take the cowards? I mean, this is up through the 80s and 90s. This was still commonly held belief. It's the coward's way out. Like someone just got scared of something and they quit. And they're selfish. And the reality is, none of us know what anyone else is really, truly going through on a daily basis and how much anguish they feel and how trapped they feel. And many people who have attempted suicide and come back have said that you don't understand what it's like. I just felt like that was the best for everyone at the time. I can't explain it and I can't justify it, but the fact of the matter is, in that moment, it seemed like the only course of action. That's the why. That's why normal people can't figure out why someone would do that. Well, they don't. It's because they're not in your position, Anyhow, she talks some more about she was working at a wedding over the weekend, a reception. Everyone that knows her there is asking how she and Ian are doing, and she's, didn't want to tell a whole wedding party that her own marriage had just failed. So, in the early hours of the morning on Barton Street, Ian had been watching the Werner Herzog film. When I arrived, he had almost finished a large jar of coffee and was helping himself to another mug of the thick black mixture. He asked me to drop the divorce, and I argued that he would have changed his mind by morning. There was no talk of love that night. The last time it had been mentioned was when he told me that he didn't think he loved me. He told me he had spoken to Anik earlier that evening. Their relationship was still very much alive, and I began to feel extremely weary. Our conversation was going in circles. Ian was afraid I would meet another man while he was away. As he became more unreasonable, I was convinced he was going to work himself up into a fit, so I offered to spend the night with him. I drove to my parents to tell them what I was doing, but when I returned to Ian, he had changed his mind again. This time he wanted me to stay away altogether. I could tell by his face that the fit wasn't going to surface. He made me promise not to return to the house before 10 a.m., as he was catching the train to Manchester then. Any other night, and I might have stayed to argue with him, but I was exhausted and relieved that I was allowed to leave. She drives off, convinced that Ian is going to be fine, like he always was. She says she had spent too many nights sitting up with him, and it was time to sort of look after herself for once. After I had gone, Ian made himself still more coffee in the pantry, and I wonder if there's a chemical reason for that, like a blood thinning, I suppose, effect there that he's going for, or is he just compulsively drinking lots of coffee? I don't know if that's a factor in hanging yourself. In the pantry was an all but empty whiskey bottle, from which he squeezed every last drop. He listened to Iggy Pop's that's a bit dramatic and shitty thing to say. I mean, it's all but empty. You just tilt it upside down and drink whatever's remaining. I mean, if he had gone to the store to get more, that would be saying something. He listened to Iggy Pop's The Idiot. He took Natalie's photograph down from the wall, retrieved our wedding picture from the drawer, and sat down to write me a letter. It was a long, very intimate letter in the same sprawling capitals that he used to write his songs. He did say he wished he was dead, but didn't actually say that it was his intention to kill himself. He talked of our life together, romance and passion, his love for me, his love for Natalie, and his hate for Anik. He couldn't have hated Anik. I never heard him say he hated anyone. I think he wrote that to try to please me. He told me he couldn't bring himself to be so cruel as to tell her he didn't want to see her again, even to save his marriage. The pages were full of contradictions. He asked me not to get in touch for a while, as it was hard for him to talk to me. By the time he had finished writing, he told me it was dawn and he could hear the birds singing. I crept into my parents' house without waking anyone and was asleep within seconds of my head touching the pillow. The next sound I heard was, "This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again." Surprised at hearing the Doors' "The End," I struggled to rouse myself. Even as I slept, I knew that that was an unlikely song for Radio 1 on a Sunday morning. But there was no radio. It was all a dream. As it was well past 10 a.m., nearly midday, I dressed and prepared to take Natalie home. My mother offered to come with me, but I refused, confident that Ian would not be there. The curtains were closed. I could see the light bulb shining through the unlined fabric. Thinking Ian might be asleep, I left Natalie in the car and waved to Pam Wood cleaning her windows. He could have overslept. A chance to talk in the daylight when I wasn't tired, when he was calm. Yet, as I stood in the hall, somehow I knew he had never gone to bed. I didn't call his name or go upstairs. At first I thought he had left because the house smelled strangely fresh. The familiar clinging stench of tobacco wasn't there. He must have caught the train after all. There was an envelope on the living room mantelpiece. My heart jumped when I realized he had left a note for me. I bent forward to pick it up, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. He was kneeling in the kitchen. I was relieved, glad he was still there. "Now what are you up to?" I took a step towards him, about to speak. His head was bowed, his hands resting on the washing machine. I stared at him. He was so still. Then the rope. I hadn't noticed the rope. The rope from the clothes rack was around his neck. I ran through to the sitting room and picked up the telephone. No, supposing I was wrong, another false alarm. I ran back to the kitchen and looked at his face. A long string of saliva hung from his mouth. Yes, he really had done it. What to do next? I looked around the room, expecting to see Ian standing in a corner, watching my reaction. My instinct that he was playing a cruel trick. I had to tell someone. I opened the front door and saw Mr. Pomfret going through his back gate. My lips opened and I mouthed his name, but the words wouldn't come. I turned to Pam and Kevin. They were still outside. Pam heard the urgency in my voice and ran to me, but I couldn't tell her. What if it hadn't really happened? Supposing I had imagined it? Kevin pushed past me to the kitchen and back again. In slow motion, Pam lifted Natalie from the car, handed her to me, and ushered us both along the road to their house. The police asked me to formally identify the body, but eventually my father was allowed to do it instead. I regret that very much. I sat in the car and waited, still too shocked to cry. But able to notice that, yes, like the old cliche, the sun was still shining, and the breeze was still blowing. It was a beautiful day. The green leaves above Barton Street buffeted against a blue, blue sky. For the last time, Ian and I were driven in opposite directions. I was to hear later at the inquest that Kevin Wood and another young man from the street had tried to cut Ian down before the police arrived. This had been a harrowing experience. There wasn't a sharp knife in the house. Well, friends, I have a lot more to say. I have a lot more that I've already recorded. Obviously, we haven't told nearly enough of the story of the Crow yet. I've found other sources for some Nine Inch Nails information and interviews from the 90s, and it's all been recorded. But while I was editing this, I just got overwhelmed. There's at least another couple hours to go. And we did a couple hours before this. So I thought, because I don't have as much more to add when it comes to the Joy Division element of the story, and I have more to add when it comes to the Nine Inch Nails element, I think this is a good, respectful place to leave off for today. Because I worked very hard to maintain a balance between the three parts, the Crow, Joy Division, Nine Inch Nails, this whole time, these last two episodes. But I won't have that going forward, so I would have had a very sort of lopsided next 2 hours ending this if I continued the same way. So I hope you appreciate that. I hope you appreciate getting just a little over 4 hours in this and not 6.5. I hope it's something digestible for you, because there's some stuff that I feel like will be very entertaining, but not right after talking about Ian Curtis's, multiple suicide attempts. And it also helps me space out the sadness of what's to come with Brandon Lee's death, which would have come right after this. So thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you for giving a damn about rock and roll and movies, art, and the struggles people go through to make those things happen. I hope if you're struggling, you can find solace somewhere soon from someone else, or some time alone maybe, if that's what you need. Or an ear. Or listen to someone else talk about what they're going through. I find that's usually what helps me the most. When I've been stuck in my own ways for too long and haven't had my perception adjusted, in a very natural way in a while, that always helps kind of break me out of my own old habits and patterns. But failing that, there are links and phone numbers in the description of this episode, as with every episode. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. I understand this is only an American thing, but, previously it was 1-800-273-8255. It is now the 988 Lifeline. Just that short 3-digit phone number will help connect you with a crisis counselor, or text TALK to 741-741. There's also crisistextline.org. Also, RAINN, RAINN, the National Sexual Assault Hotline, 1-800-656-4673. Hopefully no one listening to this needs these bits of information presently. But the more I repeat them, the more you'll remember them for yourself or somebody who might need them at another time. You never know. Please be good to yourself, and please be kind to others when you can. Don't wear yourself out too much, okay? Rock and roll's the best, and so are you. See you soon.